Welcome to the Play Compile live stream. I will be your friendly AI assistant. Let's get started. On Twitch, StreamElements says, Play Compile is now live. Streaming software in game development, hierarchies and breadcrumbs in Unity. Branching nodes like CatFantasy UI, simulated universe. Natsu_smart says, FRSNTST.
Together you will be alone. Come on. Be a better place for us to live. Sister, brother, look at my heart. Believe the hammer, raise the trigger. We don't need a leader or the one to partner. We are all together, much more stronger. We will ride where we get stone. From block to bone. together, you will be alone. Come on.
Where's my camera? Where's my camera? There it is. Oh my god, you can tell I've been in the shower. I don't normally have this crazy ass look at this. I look like, was it Blackadder who used to have hair like this? I don't know, some Muppet. I look like a Muppet. Yeah, it was tricky just getting in the bathroom first thing. Let's not get carried away with hair gel or anything. Not at this hour of the day. Hello, welcome. Anyway, I'm not at a fashion show, so it's fine. Although I would win. I mean, in my beautiful blue t-shirt. You know, but I gotta give everybody else a chance. You know. To maintain this figure of mine, you've gotta only consume the best rat meat. Hello. So what are we doing today? Well, you won't believe why I'm doing this. So I'm working on some core systems for all future games. I want all my future games to start following this template, because what I realize is I constantly end up doing the same things over and over and over again, which makes sense. So I think the more you do this, the more you realize, okay, I have a way of working, but I'm always looking to improve every system each time anyway. So I'm like, okay, what if I make what I consider to be the perfect version of every system I can think of, and then put those together as core systems, and then whenever I make a game, I just load that template up. We have all the core systems all set up, ready to go, and then we just start feeding content into them, essentially. So that's kind of what I've been doing over the last couple of weeks now. So basically, I dreamt about this. I'm not even joking. This is how tragic I am. So I had one of these weird nights of sleep where there's something's on my mind, where I get an idea, and I go to sleep with it, and it just cycles around in my head.
Tometa Nikioko says,
It won't leave me alone.
EHEY.
Hello, how are you? But this is what I was dreaming about. Let me bring up Paint. So I was dreaming about how you'd normally have like paths, right? So you'll have like a
I'm
start.
currently playing something different today.
Ah, what are you playing? So let's say you have two paths, right? You have a start and an end. And this could either be instanced dungeons or a UI system, right? So in a UI system, this would be a main menu. In a dungeon, it would be the entrance. Okay. Let's make that bigger. There we go. So you've got a start and then you've got an end, right? And then the end, well, does UI really have an end? It has several ends, and that's the point. A dungeon may have several ends. Because what a good game will typically have is you won't have one-to-one. You will actually have one-to-many, right? So you might have many ends. So this might be, I don't know, character ascension mats on the UI, or it might be a branching path you took in a dungeon. This might be another finish that you could end up at. So think about simulated universe, right? For example, okay, you go in and you get 3 choices. You might get, you know, attack buff, crit rate buff, whatever, right? Dot damage increased on the next thing. And so the player picks something and then you move on to the next node. But our system needs to know which node did you come from, right? Because when you finish this fight, okay, it's time to reward the player for whichever buff they chose, for example. Or in a UI system, okay, this might be character ascension mats, right? And this might be the character progression scene. But the way the UI is set up, right? And let me show you this in text format. I actually deleted it, didn't I? Oh, there we go. Okay, this is just what I was saying to ChatGPT to help it understand. All right, but this is why I was like just getting my ideas together this morning. So maybe the player goes in through character ascension and then red chips, and then you're like, where do I get red chips? And that links them to the 4th floor inferno, because our system navigation system knows that 4th floor contains red chips because 4th floor can have a class in it that says what kind of character materials it contains, right? Then we can have a lookup table that looks at where can I get these said items from, right? So the player may well have jumped from character ascension, where do I get these mats, directly to the 4th floor. Now when they finish that fight, if you have a back button in the UI, this is Cat Fantasy is what got me thinking about this. If you have a back button in the UI, the tempting thing to do is to make the back button traverse through the system navigation, right? Well, clearly, you know, the UI screen that should go back from 4th floor should be Torture Inferno, because that's how you get there. But is it? Because once you start putting helper systems in that says, okay, where do I get red chips from? And then you take them straight to the 4th floor. The player may well have came from one of those helper systems, right? So rather than the back button taking the player back through the system hierarchy, it should in fact take them back from their own path hierarchy. So this is what I was thinking, right? I was thinking, okay, my UI system, I would like to make it so that it supports both of these options. So what I would like is, when the player finishes a fight in the 4th floor inferno, we have breadcrumbs which says, okay, this is how the player got there. So if they click their own back button, it takes them back the way they came. This is what Cat Fantasy does. Or we can also give them a second option of breadcrumbs at the top of the screen that says, by the way, this is the system navigation way of getting to where you just came from. And the user, the player, I think, in my perfect idealized system, should be able to use either their gamepad or a mouse and either click any of these breadcrumbs that they can see the hierarchy of to go straight to that node, or they can use their controller to navigate to that node and it will take them straight to that node. So how do we implement this? Well, we have to work backwards. So what are you playing, Kyogo? Out of curiosity. So the first thing we do is we look at what's in these square brackets and we say, what is this in its most raw component form? And I think I would just call it like a nav node or something like that, a node. Yeah, I think I would just call it a nav node. So we work backwards, right? So let's go to our Unity. Right, so these are internals core systems I'm developing. So we could do like navigation breadcrumbs. So let's have a look. So let's create a folder called nav for navigation. And then we can create a C# script called nav node. And this will be our custom class. All right, so then we need to look at our node, all right, and think about, well, what information does this node need to store in order to pull this off? Right, so let's think about this. The node itself will have a parent. So this is a child-parent relationship, right? So the first thing it needs is a parent. Well, the first thing it probably needs is some kind of ID, right? Actually, here's what I think would make sense. So we could start with node ID, which is just a primary key, right? We could even dynamically generate those at runtime. It should have a friendly name. The reason it should have a friendly name is in C#, system names will often look like this, right? Torture Inferno, because they have to. We can't have spaces. They need to be set up in a certain way, but that doesn't look particularly good for the UI. And we may decide to rename something. What if Torture Inferno, like Simulated Universe, right? What if Simulated Universe becomes, what do they call it now? They call it something else now, right? So like if you want to rename a game mode or a UI element, you should be able to do that without having to rip out all the parts of your system. So we'll give it a friendly name, and then its system name will probably, we could just use the game object's name for that, so we don't need a field for that, I would say. We also need a parent, right? So a parent needs to be also of type nav node, right? Because it should still be a node. So we can set up a nav node of parent. Alright, so I would start by doing that. So we've got a node ID, which is a primary key. We've got a friendly name, which is a string we can pluck from the node and display on the UI as a breadcrumb. And we've got a public nav node of parent, so that every node can follow a chain sequence like this. Right? But let me think about this, right? Because there's different ways of even there's different ways to implement that, right? Because what do we mean by parent? Because if a node, okay, so the tempting thing is to put these classes on each of these game modes, right? Like each of these UI screens. So you've got a battle screen. So let's set this up in Canvas now. Let's set this up in Canvas. This makes things easier. All right, so let's say we have so we want a main menu, right? So let's just call this a raw image so that we can build this out and we can see how it works. So we'll call this the main menu. Okay. And we'll put it here so we can see how things are working. All right, so we're going to call this UI example. Yeah, that's just like a background, I guess. And then a child of that could be main menu. And our main menu, I'm tempted to give it a slightly smaller size. This is just for testing.
Create a captivating main menu with engaging visuals and easy navigation for a seamless user experience.
You don't know shit. Shut up. Shut up. Alright, so then let's give it a text component that says main menu so we can see what the hell is happening, right? So we'll just say main menu. Right? Just give it a nice bright color so we can see it, center it, and then enlarge it just so we can see what the hell is going on. Okay, so we can see now when we're in a main menu. Alright. Okay, so we've got to repeat this example to see how this is going to work. Okay, so I said from a system hierarchy, the player would be expected to go to main menu, then battle. So let's make a battle. All right. So let's make our battle. Do I want to set it up like that? Yeah, I guess I would. I guess I would make it a child of main menu. I think. Would I? I don't know. Would I? Because I can change its color and it should go. Yeah, it should right over the top of the other one. So it should be fine. So let's call this battle menu, I guess. Okay. And then obviously we'd have a bunch of options in here, right? And let's say one of the battles is called Torture Inferno. This is just my example. So that should be red, I think, right? So let's just say Inferno. Alright, and then Inferno can be a child of battle. Because what you want to do as well when you build these core systems, you don't want to hard code anything. Because if you hard code things, they get to be a pain in the ass to change. So what you want to try and do is make them as dynamic as possible. So once you figure out what the process should be, like in terms of like creating game object hierarchies and then like inheriting custom classes, the thing should drive itself. The thing should basically just use like transform find and then find its children and populate itself and figure out what its own hierarchy is. That way you don't have to sit there and like untangle everything every single time you want to make a new game or change something or move something, right? The thing can just dynamically walk its own path and figure out exactly where things are supposed to be, or where things actually are, in fact. Okay, so let's call this Torture Inferno. So now we have a UI. Now we have a UI which represents what we want, right? So the player can go in. We should probably wire this up so that we can actually navigate it, I guess. So main menu is going to want a button. Let's do this now. Okay, and the button is going to take them to battle, right? Oh my god. Where do I put a button's name? Maybe I should have used the text mesh version. It doesn't really matter. Right, so I should have done this and then started duplicating them, so I already had the button set up. You know what, let's just do that. I'm being an idiot. Because obviously each one's going to need a button, right? Sometimes I just get excited to like get something working as quickly as possible and I rush it and I actually end up hindering myself by
Okay,
doing
I'm
things
back.
too early. Hello, welcome back. Okay, so main menu would have a button to
I was busy
battle.
playing through the story.
Which game are you playing? I'm curious. Okay, so we can have a battle button here, right? And the battle button should open the battle menu, right? Just so we can test this. That's all we're doing. So, button. Button. Battle, let's say. Right. Okay, and I learned a new cool way of handling buttons as well recently. Okay, so this would be our battle screen, let's say. So battles, battle. And we can make it a child of main menu, right? Because you have to get to it through main menu. We'll give this like an orange color, let's say. All right, and we'll call it battle menu. Okay, and then battle menu will have a button to Torture Inferno, which we assume is one of our game battle modes, right? Torture Inferno. Let's just call it Inferno. Button. Inferno. Okay. And then last but not least, we should have an Inferno menu. So you can pick your difficulty and whatever else, right?
But anyways, the game I was playing was Minecraft Story Mode, the first season, which I also need to go to the archives.
So then you would have like a start Inferno game, like a start Inferno button or whatever, right? The game I was playing was Minecraft Story Mode, the first season, which I also need to go.
It's generally delisted, so it's archived until future notice.
Oh. Because I thought Minecraft already had a story mode. I thought I'd heard something about that. I've never really been a big Minecraft person, so I don't... I played it briefly, but I was terrible at it, so I didn't go much further. Okay, so now we've got a hierarchy, right? So we can get from main menu to Inferno, but we have to go through battle. Why does... Wait. Yeah, no, that's right. I'm confusing myself. Battle then goes into Inferno. Yeah, right? Yeah. Something doesn't look right about that, but I'm sure it's right. Okay, yeah, so there we go. So we've got a main menu with buttons now that open each like child menu, right? And it represents the system hierarchy, which is what we said here. So if we put a node on each one of these menus, let's say that's the button. Oh my god, I'm so confusing myself. So we basically look at each parent. So that's a parent, that's a parent, and that's a parent. And then we would want our new node class, right? So nav node. So now we can start to fill in some information, right? Node ID. So I'll show you how we can use that later. We don't use that. The system uses that because we need to have a node manager basically. And when the node manager finds all the nodes and adds it into its hierarchy, it can assign which primary key, which index this specific node lives at, and then we can find nodes easily then. All right, so friendly name would be what we want to show on our breadcrumbs, right? So friendly name for main menu is just main space menu. That's not how you spell main unless you live in America. Because that's the name of the town, I think, Maine. I know the Stephen King fans would know. Okay, and then let's say battle menu is the friendly name for battle. And torture inferno is the friendly name for inferno. And then this thing will have a parent. Now we can set, again, we could set this up by drag dropping in the inspector, but I want to try and make it so that this thing is completely dynamic. So let's see if we can dynamically get a child node to automatically figure out if it has a parent, and if so, who its parent is. Do they also need to know about child nodes? Do they need to know about child nodes? Maybe. Not sure yet. We'll figure that out as we're going along. Alright, so the next thing I want to do is see if we can figure out, see if we can get each node to automatically detect its parent. Can a node have multiple parents? It shouldn't do. No, it shouldn't do. You can't, no, yeah, there's no way it could have multiple parents. This is a one-to-one relationship, so it should be fine. So we could do a private awake method. And then when it is awoken, we should be able to set that automatically, right? So we can say, does every single node have a parent? Not necessarily, because main menu doesn't have a parent. So this, yeah, main menu is the very first node. It is like the queen node, as it so it were. So we have to be careful here, because main menu doesn't have a parent. So how about this? We could do, I don't know if we put it in a try catch or not. So first we can declare a transform, right? So we can say transform capital parent. Apparently that's a system reserved name. Can't use it. Alright, whatever. Just say object parent. Equals this transform parent. Is that not what a transform is? Okay, transform's got a capital T. There we go. Okay, so basically get the game object transform, and then we can say, I mean, everything should have a game object parent, but just to be super safe, we should probably say if object parent is not null, although I don't think it could be null, but again, just for safety reasons. And then if we try to get a component that doesn't exist, do we get a null reference? Let's find out. I think we do. So then, because then we would want to set parent to object parent, get component nav node. But we might have to put that in a try catch block. All right, let's find out. Let's see what happens when we run it. Look at that. So Inferno automatically found its battle parent. Battle automatically found its main menu parent. And main menu correctly identified that it has no parent. And we didn't get any errors in the inspector. So that's a very good sign. I like that a lot. Okay, so our system is self-aware, kind of. Which is nice. This is why I'm saying, right, set everything up like this so it's dynamic, so you're not like tearing your hair out later on. So we can set this hierarchy up however we want now. We can change it, we can move things, we can rename things, and it'll just automatically populate itself and manage itself. So that's great, actually. I'm really pleased with that. Alright, so we've got a node ID, we've got a friendly name, we've got a parent. So that's pretty much all we need for nodes for now. What we need now is a node manager that registers all the node in the system and assigns IDs to each node. Do we need that though? Let me think about that. Do we actually need that? Does each node need to have a unique ID? I don't even know if it does, to be honest. Well, I guess we're about to find out, right? Because we're gonna try and make this work. In order to make the main menu work as well, I need to actually create a main menu script, which is kind of a bit more than what I was planning on doing, but we kind of have to, right, to test the system. So I should probably wire that up now. Okay, so this wouldn't be an internal, this would be a game specific script really. So I'm going to create a folder called game, which would be like game scripts. Specific to the game, not to the core systems. Okay, and since our game could be any game, I'm just going to call it game. So we want to create a main menu. Script, which we give to the main menu. Big surprise. There, oh, I had it. There we go. Okay. Right, and I learned a new neat trick, right? So the way I always knew how to get buttons to work in Unity is I used to implement this on-click function, and I saw that, well, wait, you can't do a whole lot with this, but what you can do is you can set a game object to be set active or inactive, and then you could basically listen in update to see whether those game objects are being activated and deactivated. You don't actually need to do that because it has an event handler built into it, which I didn't realize. I should have realized. I mean, yeah, I'm learning all the time. So let's see if I can figure this out. I can always pluck it out of my last project if not. So we have a button. I guess I'm just going to drive it. I wouldn't do this in a finished game. But because I don't want to make 6,000 scripts just to test these breadcrumbs, I'm just going to make the main menu drive all of those windows. Like I said, I wouldn't really do that normally. I end up with spaghetti code. But I'm going to do that for this because I just need to test things. So we'll do a public button. So in that case, we need to register all the buttons, don't we? So we need button. We're going to have a few buttons here. God damn it, this is actually more complicated. Things are always more complicated than you think they're going to be. So we've got a button battle. we should have a button inferno, and an inferno has a button start. I don't know if I actually need that one or not. We certainly need a button battle and a button inferno. Button battle. Yeah, that. Okay, then I think we can say button battle. Let me see. On click. Is it add listener? Add listener. Then I think it's a lambda expression or something. How the fuck is the syntax? I've only ever done this in my last project for the first time. We'll just add ChatGPT. Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will know really quickly until I get familiar with it. Can you remind me how to add a listener function? In Uni for a legacy button. Alright, I don't need your life story, just give me the syntax. Yes, I know that part. On click, add listener, on button clicked. So I was in the right ballpark. Well, and then we just call the method directly, so we don't use a lambda expression. So it's not an event handler then. It's like a method invoker, I guess. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't really matter. Just thought it was an event handler, but it's not. Okay, so we can do right. So we can say button battle click for argument's sake. Button battle click. Okay, so that easy. Okay, I should remember that actually. Alright, and then we can say... So now we need to know how to get the battle, don't we? So we'd have a public game object. Fucking hell. But now I'm starting to see problems again, right? So here I am fleshing. So again, every time I do this, I need to ask myself, how can I do it better? Already I'm seeing that this is awkward and clunky. And how much of this could be dynamically calculated by itself? I need to think about this, because this is where systems can get, like, you can confuse which systems do what. So the question I'm trying to figure out in my head is a nav node guaranteed to be a UI interface? I think if it's a child within the UI hierarchy, then the answer is yes. So we would need some kind of UI class that looks for nodes, and then it could find its parent UI elements by querying the node. Its child UI elements, rather, by querying the nodes. And fill these things out by itself. The problem with that, right, because what we could do, but then with each new solution comes a new problem, right? So, okay, here's the problem with that, right? So you could have, like, I don't know, UI elements, right? So we could do a list. So in order to implement that, I could do a list of nav nodes called UI elements equals a new list of nav nodes, right? And then what I could do is for each transform child in this dot transform, for example, right? this isn't Visual Studio, so it's not auto-filling things out for me. Right, and we could say child, right, we could say UI elements. Add child, get components, nav node, right? We could do that. The problem with that is then what you're going to get is you're going to get a UI elements list. So let's say we want to go into battle. Okay, and one day battle is in position 3 of the UI elements table, because that's how your hierarchy looked when you launched your game. But then you add a new game mode, right? And now suddenly when you add a new game mode, Inferno, let's say that's Inferno, right? Suddenly when you add a new game mode above it, well, now Inferno becomes element number 4. So we can't address it using an integer safely and reliably unless we could, as long as we make sure that the order of the hierarchy remains chronologically. But we can't guarantee that, right? If you think about it. We can guarantee parents remain in chronological order. So if we add a new parent mode, right? Like Inferno's a child though, don't forget, right? Because you've got to remember that as well, right? This is all parent-child relationships, right? So we have our main menu, which is the main parent, and then you would have like submode 1, submode 2. Well, let's give these real-world examples because it makes it easier to get my head around it, right? I'm thinking like on my feet right now. This is why I'm typing all this out. So let's see. So that would be like, I don't know. Let's say you've got a main menu might be battle, and another main menu might be characters, and another main menu might be inventory. Just as an example, I'm trying to think of real world examples, right? And then in battle, you're going to have a bunch of sub battles, right? So for example, this Inferno. Torture Inferno, I said. Let's call it Torture Inferno, which is for like character mats or whatever, right? Then you have another sub one, which is like, I don't know, PvP Arena as an example, right? Which is a completely different battle mode, but it still belongs to battle. If you want to add a new PvP Arena mode in the future, right? So let's say you do, I don't know, Classic, and then later you want to add a, you know, new mode, whatever, right? And you're filling out this hierarchy like this. Then you're going, boom, this is 0, boom, this is 1, boom, this is 2, boom, this is 3, boom, this is 4, boom. Now new mode gets number 5, right? Now this is a bad example because Torture Inferno, the one we were thinking about, actually still remains above it, so it would actually keep its original address. But you can see how addresses can then get skewed pretty quickly, right? So do you want to have to go through all your code and find out every single time you reference the Inferno game mode, and it was in position 4 and now it's in position 5, for example, because you added a new game mode? Hell no, you don't want to be doing that. So we need a way to address the mods without directly referencing them in an ordered list. Let me think about this. I guess we could... We could put a public function in our node manager. So a good way to address this is if the node manager is dynamically registering... Okay, here's a great way of doing it. Here's how we solve this problem. here's how we solve this problem. So we can't do it from the node ID because it's not really a node ID. If it was a node ID, that would actually work. This is really just a node index, right? So this will be its index in the manager. Then we've got a friendly name for UI breadcrumbs and telegraphing. And then we want a public string. I think this is how we solve this problem, is we give it a system name for table lookup functions. And we hard code a lookup function into our system. I think that's the best way of doing it. So the lookup function should return a type of node, right? So let's figure out what that looks like. So back in our internals, nav, we have our nav node. We now need a nav manager. So I'll call it nav manager. And a nav manager is part of an internal system. Could just stick it at the child level for now, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to show you something else I've been working on as well. That's pretty cool, actually. Okay, so we can add the nav manager to our internals, which is persistent. Alright. And then what we can do is we can register it in our new... This is something new I was working on. This is really cool, actually. A system manager. And the system manager, well, I think you can probably guess what it does. So it has to be public and of type. So we would have a nav manager. Yeah, I also want to change this though. Right, yeah, let me change, because I don't like the uppercase. When I'm referencing these things, I don't like referencing them in uppercase, so I need to invert those. So my log and my DB, the wrong way around. Their class type
What specific challenges are you facing with inverting the doors in your system's log and database?
Inverting the doors? What the fuck are you talking about? Right, we can do it on system log. We can do it on log anyway, because log... Log has a capital L, right? So I like to be consistent. DB, to be fair, is an abbreviation, so we could keep it in capital letters. Where's my DB class? There it is. Let's change the class to capitals so that I can use the lowercase when referencing it. Okay, now we've created errors in the script. So class type DB, which will reference as lowercase db. That's better. So I've got nav manager. So my nav manager class should have capital letters. Yeah, I don't normally do things this way, but I think it's a good idea to start forcing myself to do things this way now that we're getting a bit more complex with things. What's a class type? System, nav manager, nav. And then I'll just address it as navman in my system calls. That should be fine. So if we go back to our internals, hates everything. I already changed that, you bitch. Oh no, this is my main code script now. This is because I was testing protected memory. So now it needs to be... Oh, system also wants changing. So system should be SYS capital class type, which is of capital class type here. And then as we reference it within the local script, we should reference it using lowercase. Because I just prefer to code that way. It doesn't really make a difference, but well, it kind of does. I was thinking about this. I know it's crazy, right? But you basically, like, you reference these things like thousands and thousands of times, right? The amount of times you type these things. So the more you can streamline this at the root level, the better, right? And I know it sounds stupid, but it's genuinely true. Toggling, because I'm not a shift caps person, I'm a caps lock caps person. So if I start referencing things in capital letters, which this was doing, that's for every time I reference something, that's caps lock on, caps lock off. So that's 2 extra key presses for every single system reference that I make, and I'll be making thousands of them. So that adds up to a lot of extra key presses. I know that sounds really stupid, but it's so true. So by referencing, I still need to turn it on for the class type though, so we're still gonna have to do some caps toggling, but it's less caps toggling. That's the point. So I need to invert these now because they don't know what I'm talking about. I'll cut. Oh yeah, because that's the address. System.db. System class type. But that is I'm not saying it's a class type because now it's class type, but it should be an address, and that's the one that should be the class type. Yeah. Okay. See, this is why you want to get stuff like this. You can imagine what this would be like if this was a proper game, right? This is why you have to get this kind of stuff. This is why people don't understand when someone's like, oh, just add multiplayer to this game that, you know, took 8 years to make. Just add multiplayer to it, like in a day or two, and, you know, and release it like that. Like, you have no idea how these things are built, clearly. Like, it's just not that easy. Like, once things are built, it's very hard to start changing things. So get this right now. Save yourself a billion headaches in the future. Alright, so I'm glad I made that change. I know it was probably painful to watch, but I'd rather go through that like 2 minutes of pain than, like I said, 20 million hours of pain in the future when I've finally decided enough is enough and I've already coded for 6 months with that class structure. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of how things are. Okay, so now we have we should be able to reference our log. It all just points to internals. Alright. So the reason I've set this up, this is my system manager. The reason I've set this up is another problem that I keep facing in Unity is I make a system and then I have 20 scripts that use that system. So 20 times I'm pointing to the same damn script, and I'm like, and then I always forget to reference things as well. And I'm like, well, this seems kind of stupid because, like, I'm constantly telling the 20 different scripts, the same one manager that runs this one thing, because it's not like often I'm always using multiple instances of things. So if I could just have a core system at the root of it all that knows where all these things are, and I can feed out those classes from the core system to the child components, then I just address one thing and I can get everything I want from that one tree, from that one hierarchy. So that's what this does. And what I've also done is I've put some event managers in here. So what we can start doing is, an example would be, so this is persistent. An example would be, if I decide to change the scene, some of my subclasses and my subsystems might need to know that the scene changed. But if we run in persistence, right, on a do not destroy game object, then those systems won't change when scenes load or whatever, because this thing's gonna like sit above the whole thing constantly and stay alive. So I needed a way to notify the child components when for example, the scene changes or whatever. So then I started fleshing out some other structures just so I can sort of demonstrate to myself for future games. How might I notify child components of a player death? So we have a public action, event action, player death, event args. And then we can pass information like who killed the player, in what dungeon, are we allowing a respawn, true or false. And then child components such as the player, right, the player character, for example, can subscribe to these event notifiers. And then when that action occurs, all the child components that need to know, oh, hey, the player died, by the way, can be notified of it. And then we can have code that runs off each of those event notifiers, essentially. So this is all, like, I think a much better way of doing things than the way I used to do things. And I'm still somewhat doing things. So I'm trying. This is my big push of like, this is me evolving. I feel like, no, it really is. It's me sort of saying, okay, what have we learned over the past fucking whatever, however many years? A lot of this stuff is recent stuff that I've learned. Like, it's quite recent. With the knowledge that I have right now, like, what are the best systems I can build? How can they best be organized? How can they best be managed? How can I be as efficient and organized as possible with them? Can they be as dynamic as possible, as versatile as possible? How can I build the dream systems that I want for my games moving forward? And again, I feel like if you get this part right, you can have a really great game. Like, I mean, a good game isn't necessarily just technically correct. It could be still a shit game that nobody likes, but like, at least if you get the technical parts correct, hopefully the game should at least, you know, work well and be, I don't know, organized and, you know, responsive and whatever else, right? Okay, so where were we? I don't know, I got sidetracked because I'm streaming, I'm explaining things and distracting myself. There's probably nobody watching. That's okay, I talk to myself all day anyway, so it's fine. Right, yeah, so we're adding a listener for button battle click. But then, yeah, this is where I stopped and I'm like, well, wait, we're doing things the old way again, right? We're publicly declaring items that are all going to be the same across different UI interfaces, I would imagine. And this is what I'm saying. I need systems that are like, okay. Because, like, let's be honest, here's the problem. See, this is the thing, right? Like, where do you draw the line? I added a Unity button because it's the quickest way for me to be able to click and test the breadcrumb system, which is fine. But once I suppose I'm not really ready for like a full-on interface system yet. But at the same time, it's like, well, is that something I should think about now? Because if I don't do it now, I'm going to have to do it later. But maybe each time I add something new, I should make sure it's the right version of the thing that we intend to use going forward. And here's the thing about a button, right? I would never in a million years use one of these Unity buttons in a game because they're the most tragic things you've ever seen. Like, yeah, they're fine, they're buttons, but it looks like you're in an app, right? It's like, it's a button that like Excel uses or something, right? And games should look so much nicer than that, right? Even if you have a clickable button, it will probably be, you know, a well-rendered image of a button that you want to display in some pretty looking UI, I would hope. So we would never use the legacy button class, or I would never use the legacy button class in a Unity game. Although the interesting thing about, to be fair though, I'm sounding like a snob here, because I kind of am. But I'm also right about the fact that, you know, you want a button to look better than this. But at the same time, these things do actually support images. And you can still use them as functioning buttons. And as functioning buttons, they are actually quite useful. So rather than reinvent the wheel, I think the legacy button class is fine for handling clicks, to be completely honest. But you would give it a huge facelift, right? You would give it one hell of a facelift, I would hope. But anyway, I can't get bogged down in that right now. I don't want to get too sidetracked. I've got to try and stay on topic. So for now, we just do battle listeners. But yeah, but I'm just trying to retrace. See, this is why I need breadcrumbs. My brain works like this. You can see how my brain works like this. You can see why someone like me needs breadcrumbs, because I get so off topic. I get so lost. And it's the same when I'm playing games. I jump from one thing to another. I'm like a scatterbrain all over the place. So like, this is why good quality of life in games is so nice for someone like me. But as a scatterbrain, I've now got to stay focused enough to actually develop the system, which is extra tricky for a scatterbrain like me. Right, shut up and get back on track. Where were you? You were making nav node classes. Oh yes, I said system name so we could do a lookup table on a nav manager. I remember now. And then we added a nav manager to internals. Then we remembered that we'd made a system thing last night, and I was like, ooh yeah, let's add it to that. Then I remembered that I wanted to change the uppercase lowercase. Yeah, okay, we got sidetracked, basically. We got sidetracked. Let's get back on track. Okay, so see, breadcrumbs. I literally just used breadcrumbs in my own brain, except they're quite slow. So hopefully these ones will be faster. Shut up and do it. Right. Okay. So how do we do that? Right. We need a nav. We've got a nav manager. We put a nav manager on here, so we need our nav manager script, which is not loading for some reason because the script itself is this one. Okay. So once again, I think the nav manager, and we could have two nav managers, I would imagine, right? Oh, yeah, but that's a good point, actually. If this thing's dynamic, it should be on the component that it's intending to walk across. So instead of putting it in systems, because systems already got a link to it, well, it doesn't now because we deleted it, but it will, right? Does a main menu need a nav node? Yeah, because its child needs to get it as a parent. True. Why have I got two button infernos? Because I forgot to rename that one. Call it button start inferno. Okay, so I just changed the way this should work, right? Well, I haven't because I haven't added it yet, but I'm about to. There we go. So now my way of thinking is, look, if I put a nav manager with a lookup table at the root level of all of the nav nodes, then we can dynamically inherit all of the child nav nodes and automatically look up at that node, right? So let's do that now. The reason why, right, is I'm probably going to want a nav, because I'm hoping this can serve two purposes. I'm hoping this will not only let you walk, we can not only use it to navigate UI screens, we can also use it to like navigate things like instanced dungeons, right? To figure out which dungeon did we come from and go to and everything else, right? What's the parent dungeon and all that stuff. So like a simulated universe kind of thing. I don't know if that will work or not, but either way it needs to be at the root level. So we start by doing actually it should be a private list, and there's a reason why. Okay, for a list you need system collections. Perfectly normal, nice to make, don't worry. Nothing strange about that at all. I guess it's generic, is it? I'm so tired, by the way. I literally didn't sleep. This is what I did instead of sleep last night. Is I was stuck in an infinite loop of thinking about making a system like this. It's crazy. Not proud of it. So it's almost like I need to do this now, so I can sleep tonight. So that I don't get stuck in the same infinite loop when I try to go to sleep tonight. But that also means I'm really, really tired. And obviously I'm talking a lot of shit. I'm waffling more than normal. Probably because I'm so tired. I really am. I'm fucking knackered. Okay, so we're going to have it's going to be a list of nav nodes, right? Oh, also nav manager. Yeah, I've got to get used to using these capital letters now, haven't I, for the class types. Okay. So once again, on Awake, we can find each transform, and I'm going to get ChatGPT to help me with this. Why won't it let me do an Awake? Oh, wait a minute. It's because... yeah, we forgot to shift the case on that. What? Void in class. Is it not a void? Oh, it's because I didn't finish this. That's why. Okay, there we go. So then we can do... okay, so what I want to do... because I can do this for one level, right? I can go and find all the children and then populate all the children on one level. But because we're dealing with, you know, multiple children of children of children of children, there's a way to feed back the search so that it does that. But I always need ChatGPT to show me how to do it because it's not like cemented in my brain yet. Okay. I'd like to iterate through every child object recursively and add the nav node components to the nodes list. Bear in mind many objects will be various UI elements, so we're only interested in the nav node types. How can I do that? I'll ask it on this conversation because it's got some context then. I like to iterate through every child game object recursively and add the nav node components to the nodes list. Bear in mind many objects will be various UI elements, so we're only interested in nav node types. How can I do that? To recursively iterate through every child game object in Unity, you can write a method that traverses the entire hierarchy and checks for the presence of a nav node component. If the component is present, it will add it to the nodes list. Okay, so it wants me to call a different method for some strange reason. Okay, we can do that. Start the recursive search from the current game object. I don't need the comments. I just can't remember how you feed it back. Yeah, I think that's a bit long. I don't like these long-winded methods. Let's just call it populate. We start getting into a routine where, like, because I do this quite often, so if I just give it the same name every time, then I know what it does. So populate is a perfectly good name for something like this, and then it will just populate the list by itself. I could even just abbreviate it to pop if I wanted, but populate's fine. For each transformed child in parent, populate child. Yeah, okay, I see how that works. That's nowhere near as complicated as I thought then. So basically we take care of the specific transform that was sent to us, and then we basically say also send all your children through to this method and we'll do the same to them. And because we're doing the same thing on every single node, that will essentially cascade, is that the right word? You know, cascade out to the very ends of the hierarchies. Okay, so now what we need is a function in here, because how do we manage this, right? Well, basically we want a public function that returns a nav node, which we can say get node, and that wants to take in a string of name, system name. Let's make it clear that it's the system name. So if we check our system name, well, let's abbreviate system to SYS, because the shorter we keep all this, again, the more keystrokes we ultimately save ourselves. When we address this thing 1,000 times in a big game, for example. Okay, so we want a public nav node get node. So we need to declare now the nav node that we're going to return. So which I'll just call send node for now, and then we can say return send node to make the errors go away. So then what we want to do is a for each loop. So we can say for each
Knock, knock. Who's there? Nav node.
Alright. Alright. Am I hallucinating? Did he just do that? For each nav node for each nav node in nodes, if node dot system name is the same as system name, and maybe we should ignore case just to make things simpler, although no, because I'm not really, hopefully I'm not that careless. I'm thinking about it, sometimes we might want to have an alternative node with the same name but has a different case. So the question there, so when you're building these things you get to pick this now, right? Do I want system name to be case sensitive or not? If you don't trust yourself, which I don't, You should say no. And then what we could have done is said if system name to lowercase is system name to lowercase, and then even if you get the case wrong, it will still return the correct node. But the downside of that is if you ever want to make a node that's called, I don't know, purchase premium currency, whatever the fuck it is, right? And you want one with the same name and a different case because, you know, you just, so basically you can, if we keep it as it is, we have more scope. We can have nodes with different names and just swap the capital letters around, which I think is better. I'd rather the system supported that than assumed that I was an idiot and just didn't let me do that. So I'm just going to leave it as it is. And then obviously send node equals node, which is what it was suggesting I use. So there we go. That's basically all we need to do. So now we have a function which we can call, which will return this node to any script that wants it, basically. By system name. Now, okay, so now I need to think about what is system name, because we haven't done anything with system name yet. So if we press run right now, I think system name is blank on all of those. It's got null reference. Oh yeah, because we changed the case, it would have lost its reference, that's why. So I just need to reassign the system. There we go. Might need that. Might need the system. There we go, it's got the system now. Beautiful, okay. So if we look at our nodes now while they're running, so we've got one on Inferno, which we call Torture Inferno, but system name should be so now might be a good idea, because I'm trying to think of, like, you know, perfect ways to move forward, perfect systems. And this is another issue that I see as I do this. So what I usually end up with is two types of variables. I'm getting better at this, so I'm getting more dynamically dynamically self-populating variables, such as our parent here. And I'm probably going to make it so that the system name gets the game object name. The problem with that is we need to be very careful how we name our node. How we name our nodes. And so our system should, we could actually program that into our system. Okay, so one thing at a time. There's two things I want to address here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to teach the node itself to inherit its name from the game object. Right? So on awake, transform object parent equals this, transform system name equals game object name. Okay. So I'm gonna ask ChatGPT something. I know I said I wasn't gonna do this now, but I am gonna do this now. Let's get a new notepad. Okay. Scatterbrain much? All you need to do is look. I think all you need to do is look at a person's computer. The more shit they have all over the screen, and I've got 2 screens, the more of a scatterbrain they are. That's why I always have so much shit all over my screens. Like, look at this stuff. I don't even need half the shit anymore. I don't need this anymore. Let's close it. It feels so much better. Right. I was being sarcastic. Okay. As I build these systems, I continually wish there was a way to separate dynamic fields, dynamically populating fields, from fields I need to set in the inspector. Can the self-populating fields be hidden from the inspector and still remain public? If not, how can I mark them differently in the inspector moving forward? Okay, as I build these systems, I continually wish there was a way to separate dynamically populating fields from fields I need to set in the inspector. Can the self-populating fields be hidden from the inspector and still remain public? Yes, you can hide fields from the inspector but still keep them public by using the hide in inspector attribute. Here we go. There we go. Hey, baby. Ooh. Ooh, ooh. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's nice. Oh, I like that. I like that. So we know that works. We know that works. Node index is going to be set by... We haven't done that yet, actually, but that will be hidden in the inspector. The only downside of hiding so much from the inspector, it makes things nice and clean, which I do like things to be nice and clean and less confusing looking. But it also kind of, you better be sure that things are working under the hood, right? Because if they're not, okay, so we saved that. Oh, I've wanted this for so long. Look at that! No, Navnode just asks for a friendly name. Hey, what do you want to appear in the UI? Mwah! And we can give these... Oh, yeah, that's something else a Navnode could probably use as well. Especially if it's of type UI, right? If it's of type UI, we should be able to assign an image. And the image would be the breadcrumb that appears as we start. So we're going to start putting the breadcrumbs that you can click on across the top of the screen, right? So these nodes could also hold like a JPEG or a PNG or something like that for the breadcrumb image that it shows, right? Or we might make them dynamically. I haven't decided yet. But that's where this could live. I love this. This is so nice. That is so cool. Okay, I love that. Alright, so we've got our nav node that looks so nice in the inspector now. I can't believe how nice that is. I've wanted this for so long. Okay. I should also sanity check the node names when we add them in the manager, since they are inherited from object name, and one if there is a duplicate name in the list. Oh, that's not where I'm adding them though. Okay. To add sanity checks for duplicate system name values, you can modify the populate method to check if the system name of a newly added node already exists in the field. If a duplicate is found, you can log a warning using Unity's debug log warning function. Okay, let's see how it's doing this. Okay, so it's built a Boolean function, is duplicate system name, which is here. Okay, I like that. Yeah, it hasn't returned null if no match found. Well, it would already be null because I declared it as null up here. I don't know why it slightly changed. I don't know why it slightly changed the way I did that. There's nothing wrong with my way. I did it my way. Oh, beautiful. Tom Jones Zoo, that's what I said. Okay, so we've got our populates. Is duplicate system name. Again, these long ass function names. Is duplicate system name. I'm going to rename to check dupe. That's fine. Shorter name. I just prefer shorter names. It depends how convoluted I think the system's going to get, right? But this is essentially just a node populator and retriever, so it's not going to get that much more deep than it is now, I wouldn't have thought. So we don't need like long ass. Duplicate system name found in object. Please ensure unique system names. Right, and this isn't converting to upper or lower or anything, is it? No, it's not. That's good. Alright, so we can test that. It's always good to test things, right? So let's try and make a second Inferno. Right, let's just accidentally. Oops, I accidentally. Because maybe I did. Maybe I was messing with Inferno and I did it on a backup and I pressed run.
Here off of 450 says, yo, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah! It was alright. It could have been better. I'm tired. I tried. Alright, let's see if that works. It didn't work. It didn't work. Why didn't it work? What? Why didn't that work? I've got a node on here, right? Torture Inferno. Oh no, because it's got it's got Torture Inferno. Unity already takes care of that. Yeah, of course it adds a 1, doesn't it, when you duplicate it? But if I accidentally have two names, nodes of the same name, we need to make sure it warns us. Crit! Oh, wait, that's not it. Oh, everything froze there for a while. Release of GC handle. Handle is from a previous domain. The release operation is skipped. What the hell? Hang on a minute. Unity's being Unity. Okay, we've got some issues here. Let me just try restarting this. I'm just gonna reload Unity because Unity's being weird. I did it my way. Yeah. Hurry up, Unity. I don't know why I'm in a singing mood today. I don't know. I have no idea.
Emu Hirafa 450 asks, will the removal of the tax save Unity?
That is the question. I think it's going to take them... It's going to take a lot more than that, I think, to rebuild trust. I think so many people jumped ship, which is why they're trying to backpedal now. I mean, I love this engine. I spend every day in this engine. I've been using it for like 12 years now at this point. I couldn't even begin to imagine moving over to Godot or Unreal. I even thought about that, and I thought, what if Unity just disappeared? What if they just
Godot is the big dog now.
Yeah, no, it looks that way. But I believe in Unity, and I love Unity, and I plan on continuing to use it. I just love this engine. I think it's a great engine. It's not perfect. It's definitely got issues. But my God, I do love this engine so much. I think it's such a good engine. It's so good. And I've been doing a lot of C# like Windows Forms stuff lately as well. And it's made me appreciate Unity even more because like when I realized like how good this object manager is and stuff like that, some of the stuff that they've made behind the bare bones of this, like it's just so... There's so many things that I took for granted, and when I've moved over to Windows Forms, I'm like, oh wow, like Unity has so many things that
Unity,
I take for granted.
But I'm an open source guy, Sue Grin.
Yeah, I can see that. I definitely prefer open source as a concept and as a... But of course, Godot wasn't there like 12 years ago when I wanted to learn how to make games, and I've had my ups and downs with Unity, but overall, like, oh my God, I couldn't... I mean, some of that knowledge transfers over to another engine anyway, right? I jumped in at Godot. You know when Brackies did a Godot game guide? Yeah, I streamed that live and I actually followed it. And I was like, wow, a lot of my knowledge can definitely carry over into a new engine. It wouldn't be as daunting as I thought it would be. Because I think, you know, a lot of it is like system hierarchies and stuff like that, right? Like once you get used to a different scripting language, and I hear they're going to start supporting C#, or they maybe already do support C# over in Godot, because the language change is obviously terrifying. The idea of changing, I mean, C#, Jesus Christ, I've been 20 plus years I've been writing C# code for now, because I used to code things in Visual Basic. I learned Visual Basic in college, so I've like... C# feels like my left hand at this point, you know what I mean? It's just, I'm so familiar with it. I can't even imagine picking up a new language at this point in time. But I do, it's not just that, I do love Unity as a game engine, but yeah, I don't know whether they can rebuild that trust or not. I really don't know. I guess time will tell, right? But I believe in the engine. I think it's a great engine, and I think as long as they don't screw up and make the same mistakes again, and you know, get greedy and lose sight of the goal and, you know, what's important and stuff like that, they can probably recover. I would think it's good that we have options anyway. It's always nice to have options. Okay, let's see if it works now. It's not working. That's kind of weird.
I hate Visual Basic. It was my second programming language to learn after HTML, and it mentally violated me. Tears of joy, tears of joy, tears of joy.
Yeah, mine too. Yep, HTML. The first website I made. I think it was there might have been a little bit of JavaScript. I can't remember, but it was mostly just HTML. I made a website about Huskies, Siberian Huskies, as part of my college, work. Yeah, that was crazy. I love coding. I love programming. I've been programming since I was 8. Okay, when all the other kids were out playing football, I was sat copying lines of code from this big fat Amstrad book, right? An Amstrad CPC 464. I was 8 years old, and I was just fascinated by this thing. I was like, wow, I can type this into this thing, type run, and it will do things. And I was just like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen. I was absolutely obsessed, and it's just, I just love it. I love it so much. I wouldn't say I was good at it, but I still love it. And I avoided Visual Basic for so long because, so here's the thing, I went from like an Amstrad to programming on a Commodore Amiga, and then I got my first PC after that. And I remember I was really heavily into programming until I got my first PC.
Then I quit programming entirely, and I am now in the 3rd year of medical school.
Oh, congrats. Well, as long as you feel like you're on the right path, I guess, right? That's the important thing. But yeah, I kind of feel like that. See, I think I love programming so much that I don't think I would ever want it. Because so many people say, why don't you get a job in this? And I'm like, because then it's not fun. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's like, I don't know. I kind of feel like that would ruin it for me. It's like programming is like my favorite hobby of all time. And if it becomes work, it's still kind of work even. I don't know, but it's like if I'm my own boss, then it doesn't matter how gnarly it gets, I'm still having fun. No matter how bad it gets, I'm still having fun, and it's still my choice. But if I was doing it as a job, I don't know. It would either just get dull, boring, and repetitive, and it just becomes a conveyor belt thing. Or, I don't know. Or it would just be horrendous having to go through all the pain, the painful programming for something that you just don't really care about, just for some wage. I don't know. I feel like that would just ruin it for me, personally. But yeah, that sounds cool. It sounds like you've either way. It sounds like you've gone from one intense thing to another, and completely different ends of the spectrum as well. I love it. Yeah, I avoided Visual Basic when I got my first PC because I assumed that programming on a PC would be like hell on earth. Because I was like, okay, well, I got really good at programming on the Amiga, and I thought, but PCs are like a whole different ball game, and I was scared, literally scared of even looking into it. So I let years and years and years and years and years go by using a PC, and I didn't even want to look at like Visual Basic or C# or any of that stuff. I was like scared of it. I thought it'll be too hard. Anyway, then I do a computing course just to get like qualification in it, because I'm like, okay, well, I should probably try and get a job in the industry at least. And part of the course was Visual Basic, and I was dreading it. I was like, oh no, I'm
doctors and
dreading
medical students are very tech illiterate. I like to flex on them, haha, tears of joy.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. But yeah, I was dreading this class of Visual Basic because I was like, oh no, it's programming on PC. This is going to be hard. I know it is. I know I've done a lot of programming, but this is going to be hard. Now I'm in class doing my first ever Visual Basic class with a bunch of kids, because I was a little bit older as well. A bunch of kids who are a few years younger than me, who've probably never programmed anything ever, and they're like, kind of struggling a bit. I opened this thing up. I suddenly see the IntelliSense showing me all of the properties that I can access, and I'm like, what the hell? It's right there. No books, no looking things. It's literally right there in front of me. And now we had the internet as well, so it was like, wait a minute, why was I scared of this? And I was aware. That was it. I was hooked again. It was like coming back to an old friend, and I was like, not only have I forgotten how fun this is and how much I miss programming. But like, look at how it's evolved and look at how easy it is on PC now. I couldn't believe it, and I was like, I was scared of this. What a fool! I could have been enjoying this for all those years. So yeah, that was it. I was hooked again. It was great. So my assumption that it would be harder on PC was like completely wrong. It was easier than ever before. I love it. And especially now we've got internet, and now we've got like ChatGPT as well that can like help you like write lines of code. It's not always right, but you can still learn off it. Yeah, I just love it. It's better than ever. But yeah, object orientation took me the downside I think of Visual Basic is this when we first started looking into object orientation, and I could not get my head around it. I think I was too cemented in the old way of just, you know, go to this, go to that, and having like, you know, just singular structures like that. And really, it's only over the past few years that I feel like I've really gotten to grips with object orientation. I feel like it's taken me the best part of like 8 years to really understand it fully and see like how to use it. Yeah, I don't know why, but it really does require like a different way of thinking, I think, and it's just not the way I learned, you know. But yeah, I definitely feel like I'm making more of it now, or the most of it now. Okay, so what's going on with this then? So Inferno should be stopping me from using the same game object name with a nav node on it. Well, not stopping me, but warning me. And it's not, is it? Oh, excuse me, what? Too much Pepsi. Okay, well, it wouldn't happen in the nav node script. It would happen in the nav manager script. For each nav node in nodes, if node.systemName equals system name, return true. If check dupe, then debug log warning. Weird. Else nodes add. Huh.
Have you tried checking the script for any errors or issues that might be causing this behavior?
I never
It's
thought that,
always
Boo.
good to double check for any typos or mistakes
Oh,
in the code.
Boo, you're such a lifesaver. You know what I was going to do? I was actually going to lick the screen, howl 3 times, and pull my pants down and wave it about in front of the window, because I thought that was how I fixed this. I'm so glad you put me back on the right track. Thank you so much. Anyway, yeah, why is... Okay, I might need to do a debug log and figure out why that's not being picked up on. Or even, well, okay, let's not do it to that level yet. Let's just do it on the level where it actually finds a node, right? If nav node is not null, we'll just do a debug.log. Found node with system name, and then we'll say nav node system name. Make sure that we do have 2 nodes with 2. Like maybe I'm missing something, but yeah, it should be using the game object name as the system name. So we should end up with 2 Inferno nodes, which should be a problem for us. Found node with system name Inferno. Found. Oh, there's one there with no name. Wait, what? Wait, what? I am so confused. So it got main menu, then it found another node with no name. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe the node didn't get time to populate its system name. Oh, yeah, we've got multiple problems now then. Okay, so how do we fix this? So what's happening is the nodes haven't had time to fully inherit all of their names based on game objects, I would imagine. Because we got one with no name set, right? But battle was missing. So that probably was battle, and battle's code hadn't ran before our node manager ran. Oh, let me think about this. So I think that's what this is for. I think if I basically go into project settings, we can do script execution order. We need to basically make sure that the nav node children class finishes its code before the nav manager class. So we can set nav node at 100 and nav manager at 200. That should fix that problem. Yeah, because we need to make sure all the children know their names before they get added into the parent. There it is. So that fixed that bug of a node with no name. The problem is we're not detecting game objects with the same name. Huh. Strange. So is it adding both of those nodes? Okay, let's just debug back how many nodes we've got. This is strange. Yeah, I don't really understand why that's happening, to be honest. Total nodes 2. Total nodes 3. I only wanted it at the end. Put it in the wrong place. So we've got a total of 3 nodes. I guess we won't add main menu at the root level. Because I guess we don't need it, because that's where our nav manager's running anyway. True. So if we're only counting children, yeah, we should only have battle and inferno. But it sounds like I've got two infernos, which is not supposed to be allowed to happen. I am so bloody confused. Let's debug log when we add the node. And just the nav node system name. Get rid of that one. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's what it's doing, but I just want to make sure I'm clear about what's happening. I think it is definitely adding Inferno twice. Which is weird, because like that's incomplete. Wait. No, okay, so I'm glad I checked that. No, one of the nodes is main menu. It is adding itself. So then the number of nodes being added is correct. If we're including ourselves, which is fine, I guess. So if we're including ourselves, which it looks like we are, then main menu gets added, battle gets added, Inferno gets added. What we don't get is the error message to warn us that a node was found with a duplicate name. Okay, strange. I wonder if it's because... it's trying to use log warning. I don't know why log warning wouldn't work. Let's see what happens if I change that to a log. Maybe something about the game shield we're using has broken log warning or something. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Yep, there you go. Log warning was broken. Weird. Yeah, that's reassuring. Log warning doesn't work. Okay, duplicate system name found. Inferno. In object Inferno, please use unique system names. Yeah, actually what I'll do is I'm going to use my log system for that. Because what my system log will do There we go. So log add will do a debug log, and it also saves the log text file if my internals is set to produce logs. But for like release builds, I'll probably turn that off. I also need to set system on here now. Okay, let's check that. I hate how much shit this game shield vomits all over my fucking... I might just comment these out, you know. They're super annoying. I think I'm just gonna comment these out. Or at least like reduce it to 1. Look at how much fucking shit it vomits all over. worker awake. I think it's the only one I want to see. Well, worker started. Get rid of worker awake, and we'll just have worker started. And at the end of the day, if I don't see worker started, I know something went wrong. I can't be done with all this debug getting vomited all over my fucking debug. It's like I'm trying to use this fucking tool as well, you know. There's more than you out there. Application quit process. That's fine, I guess, because that's probably only happening on end, right? Let's try it now. Yeah, that's too much console vomit for my liking. Okay, I didn't see the worker node started, but which one was the worker node started? Shut up! Yeah, this Game Shield thing, Jesus Christ. It's the most console vomiting thing I've ever seen. Shut up, what are you trying to curl? Curl your freaking dick off in a minute. If I didn't think you'll like it so much. Please don't ever clip that. Right, worker started, it said, didn't it? I'm trying to re-enable. I don't mind one message. It's when these things... There it is. I accidentally silenced that one. I want to keep that one on. Yeah, it's nice to see that it's running, but like, Jesus Christ, I don't need like 7,000 debug messages about everything you're doing. Oh, I just breathed in. Oh, I just blinked. Oh, I just sneezed. Like, shut up. Because I'm trying to like use this to figure out what the fuck's happening with my code. Yeah, okay, that's working fine now. I should just use my log. It would be nice if my log system said which script was producing the log, actually. So what I could do is I could change my log system so that when I log a message, it also takes a game object, sender, and this is going to produce 1,000 errors. But that would be nice because then I can add sender. So we'll have system date and time now. Sender, and then message. Sender.name. So this would say main menu is reporting that, you know, duplicate system names found in parent. Because that, if I have 50 fucking nav systems running, it would be nice to know which one is reporting the error, right? So now log is complaining that it doesn't know. And we just need to add this. Fucker. Is there a way to make it accept this instead of this.gameObject? Because I like shorter code. This is a component though, isn't it? Okay, I'm going to ask ChatGPT again. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. I'd like to add a function to my log which states which component the message came from. Okay. Show it my void. If I add .gameObject, if I change this to this.gameObject, it seems happy. Is there a way to have it work by sending this, which I assume would be the class type? Yes, you can send this directly to the log function, but you'll need to make sure that the add function in your log handler knows how to extract the game object name from the object. Oh, so we just say object sender. Oh, that's cool. Instead of defining it as a game object. Ah, that's cool. And then I can specify that we want the game object. Ew. Doesn't like that. Let's see how we do it. If sender is game object, then sender equals gameObject.name. Fuck. That's much more complicated than I thought it would be. That's a lot of code just to do that. So let's take a look at it again. String sender name equals unknown. Oh, I like that. Anon. Unknown. I don't know why that's amusing me so much. That's how tired I am. I was very tired. Oh. Alright, let's test it. It seemed to have liked that because it's not complaining. Hey, I love that. Yeah, I like that a lot. Papa! Let's try it. Papa, papa. Ah, papa. 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 This is why I could never work in coding, you see. Imagine me sat there in an office, like fucking 52 Naughty Dog or EA staff or whatever, trying to work on the next fucking Fortnite. I know Fortnite isn't EA or Naughty Dog, but just go with it, alright? Just amuse me, just humour me. And I'm sat there going, should we do something about him? Do you think we should get him committed. Log message duplicate system name. Wait, what? Oh, wait, yeah, because the object... No, I still want to say... Okay, it's because... Wait, it didn't even add it, did it? String log message. So it added the log message. It added it to the log message, but not... Yeah, it's just because it didn't add it to the debug, I guess, because it didn't know if I wanted it or not. But yeah, I do actually want the object in the debug as well. Yeah, because I don't stamp the date and time on the console messages because it seems pointless, right? Because I'm literally sat there testing it in the editor, so it seems like I wouldn't need it. But for the log file that gets dumped during builds and stuff, I feel like it might be more useful to have the date and time on it. So that's why I have a different message format depending on where it's going. So there we go. Now we can say log message, main menu, duplicate, system name found. Inferno, in parent, battle. Please ensure unique system names. Hee hee. How is this not finished yet? How long have I been doing this for? 2 hours. What have I actually achieved? I'm getting there. I've got child nodes that have hidden fields and inherit their parents and inherit their system names, and my manager checks for dupes. I feel like that shouldn't have taken me 2 hours though. Do you know what I mean? This is another reason why I don't work in coding. If I was being paid by the hour by now, and my boss was like, okay, so you basically just earned like $5,000, because obviously I'd be earning $2,500 an hour. What exactly have you done? I just make that noise at him. I just go, and he'd probably be like, ooh, never mind, carry on. Carry on. Carry on, old chap. Old chum. Carry on. You can't see my face. That's probably a good thing, actually. There we go. That's better, isn't it? Sort of. Look at all this hair. I haven't cut my hair since before COVID, you know. So I decided I was just going to grow it. Because I always wanted to, like, try growing long hair. Try. It's very difficult. Because I've never had long hair before. And I thought, well, it's the first time for everything. And now would be the perfect time to try, right? Given that, like, it's been years since I got my hair cut. Because of COVID. Mainly just because I couldn't be asked. Well, at first, obviously, because we were all in lockdown. But then it was like, it's been nice. It's been nice not having to go to a barber. Let's just keep it that way. I've sort of cut it a little bit around, like, the front myself. But I would have thought it would be longer than this. It's been years, man. It's only this long. Maybe I'm unhealthy. Well, we know I'm unhealthy. Jesus. My nails grow quick, though. I could be a werewolf. No, because a werewolf would have longer hair than this by now. Something with long nails that isn't hairy. My mum. Actually, she's a little bit hairy. Why am I getting... What am I talking about? Why am I getting distracted? Okay, I'm losing the plot. Completely losing the plot. So I feel like with the system we've got right now, already we could do the system hierarchy, right? So if we look at what we're originally trying to achieve, right, we can inherit system navigation from this, right? So we could do Torture Inferno, 4th floor, and we can show these breadcrumbs. Okay, so what I'm going to do to test this, although really the node manager would have the prefab for a breadcrumb button. So I'll make a prefabs folder. What I'm going to do is cough. Kofusky. Okay, so we'll make it look a bit different just so we can see the difference. You can taste the difference. It's the text that ain't being you, Wally. You stupid boy. Stupid boy. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So we've got our button, for example.
Time for a joke. Why was it called the Dark Ages? Because of all the knights. LOL.
Shut up, idiot. So stupid. So dumb. Whatever, we'll just make it a horrendously snotty, horrible green. It doesn't really matter. It's just for testing purposes. Alright, so I will call this button breadcrumb. No, I don't like that. I'll call it button nav, and then we'll just call its name txt, and then we can add that to our prefabs folder if we go into it. Make it a prefab. Get rid of that. Teach our... Would it be our main menu though? Well, this is why I was talking about having like a UI class, right? I think you would need to work with like a specific UI class, and the UI class should be responsible for building breadcrumb buttons, not the nav node system itself. Because the nav node system itself, like I say, ideally I'm hoping to use it for like things like instance dungeons and stuff. So an instance dungeon wouldn't be a UI element with a button, so that doesn't make sense to put it there. It doesn't make sense to put it there anywhere really. It makes more sense to put it in some kind of UI system. So let's make a class called UI. I like to keep things short. So we're gonna add the UI class. To our main menu. And now I'm wondering, do I need a main menu script at all, or can I have the UI? This is where I'll need to experiment and figure out what works. So again, with every solution comes a new problem, right? Is if you tighten things down too much using custom classes, then everything becomes predictable and cemented in place a little too much. So if you suddenly want to make a different type of UI with a different kind of interface, for example, and everything uses the same UI class, then you either need to start duplicating classes so they do the same thing as the standard class, so then you're branching out the class, or you need to ditch the UI class altogether for a specific UI thing, and then you've got to start inheriting things from other UI classes. The whole thing becomes a bit of a nightmare. So in the same way as you want to kind of, it's a balancing act, right? You want to balance consistency, but not so that it hinders creativity, if that makes sense, right? Because the more you bolt things down, because if you wanted, you could develop like the easiest, like the most functional UI system you could possibly make would do everything dynamically, and it would all just be like text fields, but it would look horrendous probably, and you can pretty it up as much as you like, right? But it's still going to be very stilted, so that everything has to be named like this, everything has to be shaped like this, everything has to look like this, everything has to fit like this. And then suddenly, like I say, you want to make a new game mode and, I don't know, give the game a fresh look or whatever, give players something a bit different, and like you're like, ah, shit, I've got this cemented UI system that won't really allow for that method of creativity. I suppose you could evolve that system maybe so that it started allowing for a bit more flexibility. But it might be better, I think it's better to separate the UI into two layers. So you have like a functioning applies to all layers layer, and then you have a specific to that UI class layer. So in that example, we would keep it like this, right? We'll have a UI overall class functional script, and then we'll keep a main menu script that's specific to the main menu. So it just allows best of both worlds, right? You get the functionality embedded into a UI script that applies to all UI elements, but you can have the freedom to do whatever you want with this script, and it doesn't fuck with this. So probably best to keep them separate, I think. But I have to think about that at this level, obviously. So we're trying to implement breadcrumbs. So the first thing we're going to need is a prefab. And then every other one of these. But wait, let me think about this. Because also, like this, yeah, this is where things get a little ropey. Because we would need a UI class. In order to build these breadcrumbs dynamically, we would need a UI class on every child UI component that has a node. So then that makes me think, well, hang on a minute. If every node has this UI behavior associated with it, shouldn't we embed the UI behavior directly into the node? Part of me wants to say yes, but another part of me wants to say no. The yes because it streamlines things into one system. The no because if we want to use it for things like instance dungeons, which aren't UI elements, then we hinder ourselves. I think it's fine to leave it as UI. I think it's fine to leave it as UI. So I think we need a function. Right, I just realised we've got. I'm jumping the gun. Another thing we're going to need is like a UI component, which would make for a better prefab, to be honest. So I think we need a UI nav class. I'll nav UI even. Oh, you motherfucker. I mean, I hit that square bracket. Shut up. Alright. And originally, this is another thing, right? Oh my god, this gets so insane. And now also, this is where we need to think about how does the hierarchy work. So this is the main menu, right? We might even have more. You got also got a code for flexibility. So let's say this is, let's say that's a main menu. Let's say this is a settings menu. Alright, for example. So you might have different parents at different levels like this. And then the breadcrumbs, rather than work on the child level, they should work at a parent level. So they should be attached to a canvas. It's really hard to read like that for some reason. we'll put it like that. Okay, so we've got our prefab button there, right? So here's what we do. We put a grid layout on the UI nav component. Then we grab our prefab and we make a child. Let's make a baby. Have it make lots of babies. Slag. And then we can... Okay, you see the problem? It needs to float on top. So I think in order for it to float on top, it needs to be at the bottom of the hierarchy, which always annoys me, actually. Okay, so it's going to have to sit at the bottom of all the menus, I guess. That's fine. And then we can do constraint fixed row count of 1. We would have 2 of these as well, don't forget. So what we're going to need to do now is branch this out. So we're going to have system and player. And each of those is the ones that want the UI, the grid components. And actually, yeah, what I would probably do is have a button. We could have a button nav for player. Like I say, I'm never going to use these buttons, so I'm being careful about what I want to include. Like for the, if I was building this as a system now, I would store a color value at the UI nav level so that I can separate colors for system and player. But like I said, I'm never in a million years going to use this button class in an actual game. So that would be wasteful and pointless and redundant because we'd never use it. So I think for testing purposes, in the way I would actually do it, I would probably be using images. And it would be better to have 2 separate prefabs with 2 separate images. So essentially, what I instead want to do is change the color for testing. So we can see player. Why does that look really weird? It just doesn't look very pink to me. It looks like it's trying to be green still. Or is that my eyes? We can make it blue, I guess. Doesn't really matter what we do because this is just for freaking testing, but I don't know, these colors don't look right to me. There's something off about them. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I knew it. I thought I told you, didn't I? I could tell. I was like, wait, they still look fucking green? Yeah, there we go. I set normal color green, that's why. Rather than the sprite. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's, again, it's just for testing purposes. Whatever. We can make them pink now and they actually look bright. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't really matter. So instead of saying button nav, what we could do, button nav sys s for system. I never said this system, I said system. End conversation. Button nav system. We'll make it clear what it is. SY, we know SYS is system, right? So get rid of that out of our prefab. Yes. Make the button nav system a prefab. And the button nav player a prefab. Okay, and now we have a pink button and a green button, depending on whether it's a system breadcrumb or a player breadcrumb. Let's keep these in place so we can get our grid set up. We don't have grids on these anymore. Now we do. Okay, they're going all over the freaking place here. Where you going, you bastard? Come here. Where are you, bastard? Cell size. Whatever. Yeah, you need to be careful with stuff like this as well, right? Because this is a nice, cheap... This isn't like a nice, quick and dirty way to get elements to stack horizontally like buttons, as you can see. So the more buttons we add, the more they'll just stack like that, which is nice. But the main problem with it is it assumes that every single element is going to be the same size, which it might not be. Because given that really these are just buttons that store text and the names vary in length, it's quite possible that you'll want skinnier breadcrumbs and fatter breadcrumbs depending on how wide the text is. Can't stop burping. Burping. I'm on the wrong frickin' thing here. I was wondering why I couldn't see spacing. There it is. Separate those out a little bit as well. Got too many of those. I would never have that many. Alright. I think for now that'll do. I'm more interested in the functionality than the visuals of it for now. Oh! Ow! Oh! Oh! Hang on a minute. Let me turn the camera off a sec. I need to adjust some clothing. Oh, you bastard! Oh! Oh, great. Now my camera's all... It's sort of adjusting now. I don't think I just climbed out of the neighbour's bin. I feel like I have as well. Okay, so our navigation manager shouldn't give a shit about those prefabs because, or whatever we ended up giving them to. What did we give it to? The UI. Yes, so the UI doesn't care about that. Instead, we want to give this new class we made in nav called nav UI to each of these buttons. All right. Now we can take one prefab per class, right? Because one of these child components handles system breadcrumbs and the other one handles player breadcrumbs. So we can still do button nav prefab as one single field. It wants UI for button. Right, now there's a few ways we could do this. Quite a few ways we could do this. And don't forget we want this to all be, oh no, it won't always be dynamic, because these are two of overlaying systems, right? Yeah. So in terms of like UI breadcrumbs, I don't imagine. It's hard to say. Would I ever need a multiple of these systems, or is this only ever going to be one system? The way I see it now, I think it would only ever be one system, but you never really know. You should always try and think, what if you do need multiple of these? How do you separate those out? Okay.
Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus.
So what I'll do is I'll make it a public function which asks to populate the breadcrumbs to update the UI, basically. So we can make this a public void update crumbs. So the first thing we need to do is destroy all children. Sounds very violent indeed. It is. So we can say for each transform child in this.transform child.destroy child. And then it's not for what it is it's for each nav node in nav nodes. We want to say game object new button equals instantiate button new prefab. Dot game object. We say new button dot transform set parent to this dot transform. We can say new button dot name equals button plus node dot system name. Then we can say new button dot transform dot find child text dot get component text equals node dot friendly name. Okay, that should work. Okay, so basically when we call the update crumbs function, if we're on the main menu, that's probably only going to say main menu. We can figure that out later, which we wouldn't really want to show a main menu on the main menu because we're already on the main menu. But other than that, that should be fine. Right, so now we have a system for building, adding breadcrumbs from the nav manager. Well, from its own, no, sorry, from its own internal list, actually. So let's delete these children. We set the system button as prefab on system. We set the player button on prefab button. Player. Shut up. You know what I meant. Alright. And we can test this, right? Because if we press play, even though we haven't sent anything or received anything yet, we can test that as its own independent system. Because what we can do is we can just add a few nav nodes in here. So let's say we want to display two nav nodes on here. I don't have a way to update the function right now though. Okay, we can quickly add one. Just so we have a way to test it. Yeah, because normally I do void. Normally I do on enable and then I just disable and re-enable the game object, which might be a better way of doing it. I don't know. But now I'm learning like public functions. It's super cool because you could just call that function with one line, which I think is cleaner from a coding perspective. But from an editor testing perspective, it kind of leaves you a little bit high and dry. But we can put that in instead. I like bools at the top like this for some reason. It just looks better. Okay. So let's try it again. So we should be able to add a bunch of nodes. Let's not 52 of them. Fuck, I know. Let's do 3. And we'll just pick some random nodes. We'll do a battle, a floor 4. I know these aren't in the right order. And a main menu. We'll put main menu at the top so it makes more sense. Yeah, so that might make sense, right? You go back from floor 4, blah, 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 right? If we force the UI update, there we go. Main menu, battle menu, torture inferno. So the next thing, these buttons aren't going to do anything. So the next thing we need to do is make these buttons do something, right? Which they currently don't. So how do we do that dynamically? So what we need to do is add listeners dynamically. Okay, yeah, I remember how to do this. Okay, so what we basically do... Yes, I know how to do this. So we need a list of buttons as buttons to do this. So we declare... it can be private, we don't need to see it. We can do a private list of buttons, which we'll just call buttons, equals new list of button. And what we should do is add the button. So we can say buttons, add... new button, get component button to the buttons list. Okay. I'm so tired right now. I need to be reminded how to do this. I'm going to ask ChatGPT how to do it. Because before we registered an on-click event against a button by referencing it and then telling it which method to load. The problem is our method's going to change depending on what button it is. Right? But I could just do a... Let's just think about this. Maybe not. So we would basically do a void button click, and then the button would need a type button but doesn't it need to know which node it belongs to? I suppose it'll belong to whatever node. Yeah, we also need to make sure the buttons is cleared. So we don't get more of them. Let's call this reset. I'm actually just going to use an index driver, because if you think about it, right, the only thing we need is a number from the system, and that number is going to say, look in both of these lists, using that number as a driver to not only get the correct button but also get the correct nav node. So we could have set up a custom class that holds all these, which might be better, but it might also be kind of unnecessary. You can get carried away with this stuff. So I can't really think that you would need any more functionality other than that. You click a button, it like, you know, it jumps you to wherever you ask to go, essentially. So what do we want to happen when the button is clicked? So we actually need, I just realized something. So this is driven by a public list, which means we're sent, and this is what I'm trying to get out of the habit of doing. It's a self-contained tool, which is nice, but it's driven by itself, and really it should be driven by a parent, which is a manager of the overall class, right? The manager being our nav manager. So we have a private list of nav nodes, which is nodes. I might want to clarify this now then, as I flesh this out. We'll call this all nodes, so that we know what we're doing. So we can have a node returned to us by a system name. We need a list of nav nodes which is public. This should be the driver, because we're going to have system breadcrumbs and player breadcrumbs, right? So this should be the driver for the nav UI. But it's a class that controls both. Oh, shit. It's a one-to-many relationship problem, right? It's a one-to-many relationship problem. Because we have a separate nav UI, a separate breadcrumb generator, essentially, for system and for player.
One-to-many relationships can be complex when managing different GUI elements like navigation
Shut
and
up!
breadcrumbs.
Even my
It's
oh my god,
crucial
my
to ensure
fucking mute button isn't
consistency
even
and
working. It was
cohesion
working.
across
but
the
it would-
system for a smoother user experience.
Shut the fuck up! I swear to God, I'll kill you. Right. Okay. There's a few ways around this. Okay, there's a few ways around this. What we can do is we can link, we can make an abstract reference of a public list internally. That's one way of doing it. We could also just manually set cases like enums so that the list it reads from depends on its use case, right? Or we can use something similar to reflection and do like a game object, like a transform.find search. No, these aren't separate game objects though, are they? The best way to do this. So many ways of doing this. Let me think about this. Right, I like to make these systems as dynamic as they can possibly be. There's so many ways of doing this. Each list could be on its own separate object. So our nav manager sits at the root level of main menu because it kind of has to. But then in this example, in this layout, we have multiple nav managers. So here's the problem with this, right? If the nav manager tracks publicly system nodes and play nodes, well, now we have several instances of nav manager running. So which one do we reference, right? Which one do we update? Which one do we read from? Which one do we write to? It becomes a mess, and you should never duplicate data like that. We don't need another instance of this list. That much is 100% certain. But we're also doing that with the all nodes. But no, that's not true, right? Because the all nodes is all nodes relative to this transform's position. So all nodes is fine actually, because if you think about it, right, we query an instance of the nav manager to say, hey, in your particular instance, what nodes do you look after? And then we can grab those nodes from the nav manager. The problem with trying to put system nodes and player nodes at this level, which can now be a many relationship, is we start duplicating and tangling things up. There should only be one list because there's only one breadcrumb UI. So it is better to have it here actually. It is definitely better to have it here. But the class type that we're expecting needs to come from nav manager. Okay, so we've got a one-to-many relationship in this setup, right? And the many could be this, right? We have like main menu, we have settings, maybe we have like, I don't know, multiplayer menu or whatever, right? But in any given situation, it's a state machine, right? Because we're only going to be in one of these states at any given time. Yes. So what we need to do is we need to look at our siblings from this hierarchy and produce a list of nav managers so we can create a state machine out of this. And that really should sit on the UI nav level because it's gonna apply to both system and player. So I'm going to make a nav state class and I'm going to give it to this. All right. So what we need is a public int of I'm going to call it nav manager index equals 0. On awake, we need to I need to find siblings. Going to show ChatGPT what I want. So this is going to be a list of nav managers. Let's give it a name. Okay, so for each sibling at this level, find the nav managers and add them to the list. Main menu has one. Game settings has one. Multiplayer has one. The nav component needs to know which manager to address. Okay. To find and add sibling nav manager components to your list, you can iterate over the child transforms of the parent. Siblings in Unity share the same parent, so by getting the parent of the current game object, iterating through its children, you can access the sibling objects. Okay. Just make sure that works. Right, so what should happen now automatically is our nav state class, which is going to be our navigation manager state machine, is going to automatically find its nav managers and populate the list. Yep, main menu and settings menu. And our current navman index is set to 0, so it knows it would know to reference main menu.
Why did the computer go to the doctor? Because it had a virus.
I'm so glad you're muted right now. I don't want to hear that. You see how complicated this gets? So now we can go into our child class of nav UI, and nav UI can know where to build this list from. Sort of, but we still don't have let me map this out. Let me map this out. So we have nav manager on main menu. Yeah, let's put them in blocks like that. So we have nav manager of main menu. Main menu has nav nodes. Yeah, well each nav type has a nav node, right? So main menu has its own nav node. Nav node. And then it also has a nav node for battle. And it also has a nav node for... Well, hang on. It hierarchies out though, doesn't it? So battle is a sub of main menu. A child of main menu. Inferno is a child of battle. Right, so we have a similar thing with, like, let's say game settings, right? So this could be like a settings menu. Let's call it game settings. And then it could have, like, you know, graphics, sound, whatever. Then we have our nav state. Which has UI nav. And a child of that is system, which has nav UI. Okay. I think it's obvious it needs to come. It needs to be in UI nav, right? Because that's independent of each nav manager. It has a list of nav managers, so essentially it acts like the nav manager's parent. It's a state machine switcher, so it definitely is like it's the nav manager's parent, isn't it? So we should drive, and also its children have. Its nav UI elements are children of it. So it makes sense that they should be driven by their parent, I think. So if I was to put a system list and a player list on Nav UI, let's have a look. So we're in Nav UI. This is where I started from, but then I decided no, that's a bad idea because how do I know which nav manager to address? But we solved that problem by making a nav manager state machine. But this is still reactive. The problem is the children are reactive. They're not proactive. So they react to objects being distributed to them. So we still don't have a distribution driver. I'm almost there, but struggling to see where to drive the UI lists. I think since I have a state machine on the UI nav, this should drive its children So we still need the public lists. We need two lists then, don't we? Or do we? Okay, here's the problem. The main problem, but it's easy to fix actually. But the main problem is we have two instances of the Nav UI class. So it's not as simple as saying, oh hey Nav UI, you need to get your list from your parent. Because, well, which child is it? We have a system child and a player child, and they both are getting their data from different lists. So the child needs to know which child it is, which is fine. We can teach it what it is, but not dynamically we can't. Unless I could if I come up with some kind of naming convention solution. Okay, this should drive its children. My biggest concern, however, is the Nav UI doesn't know which child it is or which list to pull from unless we can use a naming convention. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alright, see you in a bit. The nav UI doesn't know which child it is or which list to pull from unless we can use a naming convention. System player. I could also create two separate child game objects. But am I overthinking this? Now that we have a parent, the parent can be aware of its children. So if it's keeping track of system and player hierarchies, can't it just distribute? Surely it can just distribute those nodes out to its child components, system and player. I think I'm overthinking this. I am very tired. Oh, loads of these things open. Okay, I think we need a list of nav nodes. Sys nodes in here, and I'm gonna make them private with get setters. So sys nodes and player nodes, as in two independent lists, and then this thing would drive everything, I think. So I can do a public nav UI. Okay, public nav UI, nav UI system, public nav UI player. Okay, that's looking promising. It looks awful in the inspector because it's put a space between the U and the I. So I might want to rename those because they look like shit. Not that it really matters, but I still prefer. I prefer it to look better than that. So then let's just call it UI system, UI player. How about that? To look better in the inspector. That looks much better. System player. So this thing will dynamically find its nav managers. In that case, if this thing's driving the child, yeah, you always want to if it's a one-to-many relationship, you always want to drive from the one down to the many. Well, not always, but it can get a bit crazy and hectic if you have all the children grabbing things off the parents all the time, like the real world. I mean, you can do it either way, but like I said, the problem is because these share the same class, right? You would need a way to teach the child which child it is, because each one of these children are getting data from different tables essentially, so they need to make sure they get the right data for the right table. So it's better to just have the parent distribute it to the correct children, because it knows we're teaching it which one is which, right? It's just easier. So I think I've just been overthinking some of this stuff. It does get quite complicated though. So I don't think we need nav managers to even be public, to be honest. I think it can... I only made it public so I could see if it was working. But in the interest in keeping things secure and also nice looking in the inspector, I'm going to make that a private list. And just to make sure it's fully working, I'm just going to do a debug.log and make sure it finds them both. So when we're done, we're going to say nav managers dot count. Yeah, we got 2 nav managers. It found 2 nav managers, which is correct. We got one for the main menu and one for the settings menu. Yeah, perfect. I don't need these debug messages anymore now, flooding my console. So I'm just going to delete that. Alright, so we have our driver. It's aware of its children. It's aware of the nav managers. So this thing should be able to distribute to its heart content. To its heart's content. Why was that so difficult for me to say? I don't know. I'm tired. That's all I keep saying now. I'm tired. I wish I could just sleep. I wish I could just sleep. I won't sleep till I finish this. That's the problem. Oh shit! So it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I've been here all day. This is why I live stream, so the fuzz can't accuse me of doing something that I didn't do, because they will. They'll stuff a dead body into my garage and claim it was me. All right. Which it wasn't. It's starting to smell actually. Jab. Sometimes I feel like the worst programmer ever. 3.5 hours and I still only have this to show for it. Doesn't matter how long it takes though. Speed's an issue. You see these thumbnails all the time, right? Like quickest way to do this, quickest way to do that, like for coding and stuff. And I'm like, that sounds horrendous. Like why are you in such a rush? Like wouldn't you rather just take your time and build something good? Like speed really, like I don't understand what this. Nah. The last thing you want to do is code something as fast as possible. I think. It's a good job I feel that way as well, I know. Or maybe I'm just making excuses. Maybe I'm just trying to... This bit is... I don't know why this bit is really getting me. It's just like... Cause this is the part where we tie it all together now. And I'm just like... Oh. We have a lot of things to tie up. No, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. But it's private nodes, so we could, okay, if we're sticking with the private lists, right, of system nodes and player nodes, that's fine, we can do that, but we need a public get setter. Right, so we do a public add system node which wants to take a node it's not a void. Into the void where we say system node add node, and then we can do a public void I don't know if this is the best way of doing it. I think update system node is probably better. Or set system node. Yeah, no, this is I think I understand how to do this. Set player node. So for player node, it's straightforward, right? All we're doing is we're tracking the player's clicks, just like Google does, right? We've become evil Google. And the reason we do that is so the player can use a nice little back button and they can go back to wherever they came from. So if they went to, you know, how do I get these red chips for upgrading a character, and you navigate, you know, lists all the places you can get them from, and you get to it from the character ascension screen. When you go back from the dungeon screen, you go back to character ascension. You don't go back to, you know, whatever the system path is for that. We can see the system path was main menu battle, right? So it's just to help. This is all just quality of life for the player, really. All of this is just quality of life for the player, really. Because obviously, if you don't, and this goes to show how hard quality of life is. Like, it really is. To build good systems that are really nice for the player to use, it takes a lot of fucking work. These things don't make themselves. Right. So what we're basically going to do, yeah, for set player node, we simply add a node, right? Now the root's always going to be the main menu, right? I would imagine. Back to the main menu. We'd have to figure out how this is going to work, because the way this is set, we've got like a separate main menu, a separate settings menu. Really, I don't think a game would be structured like that, because a main menu. So the way they normally work, and I need to think about this. Right, let's go into. I'm going to get distracted here, but no, we need to make sure we get this right. We can always work around stuff, but yeah, okay. Let's think about it. Because in Cat Fantasy, for example, because this is the latest thing I'm playing, it's pretty quick and easy to get into. And actually, I probably need to take care of things in here, but I don't want to get too distracted. I don't even know if this thing has a game settings, to be honest. So the first thing we see is like a login screen. Ignore all that. That's all separate scenes anyway. All this stuff's handled completely separately. But then once you get into the actual, you know, main game, essentially, boom, there you go. We loaded into it. We're in a separate instance now. So this thing is giving me goodies, which is nice. I already have her, but we've got another one now, I guess. Emails. Right, so this, like, okay, so if this was the game we were programming it for,
It looks like you're now playing.
this
Cat
would
Fantasy.
essentially be
Would
what
you
I'm
like me to
calling the
update the
main
stream?
menu, because I guess it kind of is. The problem is, in my example, I don't even know whether I do need multiple instances of that manager, but it's good that we can support them, to be honest. Because even in this game, if this is the main menu, if this is the root level, everything that comes off here really is a child of this interface. Now, whether it's actually laid out that way in Unity, this is actually a Unity game. I have no way of knowing, really. Not without digging into it some more. And I don't really care, it doesn't really matter. But just thinking about it, like, you know, from a observational perspective, yeah, that probably you could remake this game in Unity with one. Where is it? With one main menu, and everything would just come off that, right? So you could do all of that. So everything that comes off this main menu, we could just have one single nav, like UI script. You know, we didn't end up using that UI script actually. We might not need to. Yeah, so I'm definitely glad I'm doing things the way that I am, because you still couldn't do it. You don't want to put it in main menu because main menu is specific to this interface. UI is really what I was trying to hammer together before I realized actually we need a separate driver for this as well. Yeah, I'm capped on energy right now. Let me just take care of that. Can I do... Oh, can I do the... I probably can't. Can I do the upgrade things? Who am I upgrading right now? She's got a constellation. So we'll give her that. Yeah, so it's all for stuff like this, right? The back button. So it knows that I came from this. It knows that I came from this. It was this game that gave me the idea, to be honest. They've done a really good job with that back one, except where there's one bug, I think, somewhere, and it really is jarring because you... Good quality of life should be invisible, for the most part, unless you're really thinking about it. So you don't really notice it. If you've done a good job, and it's the most unrewarding job ever probably, because if you've done a good job with quality of life, most people just don't notice it. Because people only notice when things are bad, typically. So people will say, you'll hear people say, I bet you rarely hear people say, oh my god, the UI is so good and intuitive in this game. Hardly anyone's saying that, unless you're a game designer probably. But you'll hear all the time, oh my god, that game's UI is atrocious, it's awful, oh my god, you get lost in it. So people will talk about it when it's bad because it's more noticeable or whatever. And people will just take the good ones for granted. But that's what you want them to do. Because they're not thinking about it, and that's what they should be doing. They shouldn't be thinking about how clunky our AI is. They should be playing and enjoying the game. So if you've done your job right for quality of life when it comes to UI and ease of use and all that stuff, players should just take all that stuff for granted because they're not thinking about it. But that's good. That means you did a good job. If they're not thinking about it, it means they're enjoying the game, which is 10 out of 10. You did a great job because nobody's complaining about it. But it is a bit of a thankless job in a way, I think. Oh, anyway, I just want to see whether I can get these or not. Oh yes, they have reset. Okay, I can do level 3 now as well. So this is what I should spend energy on above everything else. I don't have to spend it on her specifically. Wait, somebody else was even stronger. 269 the other day, and that actually, yeah, this one, and this actually helped me clear it. Oh, that one doesn't work though because. Oh, it does. Yay. Okay, that's fine. It does say AI. Yeah. Maybe they changed it actually, because I swear that sent like an invite request before and just people wouldn't accept, which is understandable. But now it actually just loads in and again, quality of life stuff, right? Now I think it just autopilots it and simulates it or whatever rather than involves any other players. So essentially you just borrow their team and for like auto battle, right? Which makes more sense actually. My camera is all over the place with its brightness settings. Alright, I do want to get back to my project. We'll play this later. But I may as well, because I am overflowing on energy. I am capped on energy, and I need these things desperately. So I'll let it at least get this one. Before we go back to it. But yeah, I wanted to quickly look at this to see, wait a minute, do I even need multiple instances of this class? Probably not. Like I say, you could build this entire game on one of those parent classes. Everything, including settings, could be a child of it, and it's fine. But it's always better if you can support multiple and you can switch between them. It's always better. We did it! We got 5 cubes, yay! And we're no longer capped on energy. We're not far off though. Everything's gonna want. That's how they get you with these games. Everything wants like resetting though, doesn't it? Go on then. Should only I could do with a little break anyway. I don't even think anyone's watching. I mean, I don't blame them. It's be the most boring stream ever. But it helps me, like, sometimes it helps me get my head down. It's like, oh, we're live, we've got to get this done. But I'm like that anyway. I like solving problems and building things and whatnot. I think that much is probably obvious. But I don't know. Yeah, I think it's I think it also helps me like focus and not get distracted as much like this by being live somehow. I don't know how that works, but it does. It seems to put me in a different headspace somehow. And maybe somebody out there, I don't know, who wants to learn this stuff, maybe they can. I can't imagine anyone sitting through 4 hours of me though. But if somebody was desperate enough, you know, because I know what it's like when you're trying to do something and you just can't get something to work, and you'll do anything. Well, it depends. Like, it depends how, like, you know, stubborn you are and stuff. But I'm stubborn like that. So yeah, I've definitely watched people. I've watched streams that go on for hours of just people just making things and doing things like what I'm doing. And I don't know. I don't always get something out of it, but I have gotten some things out of some of those streams, and it's like, oh, okay, I got something out of that. Cool. So maybe you know, I can do the same for somebody else.
Live streaming is a great way to learn and connect with others while working on projects.
I'm sat here doing this anywhere. No reason not to stream it. But I'm aware that, like, you know, oh, we got 3 pulls. I'm aware that, like, there probably isn't a single person on the planet who's desperate to watch this kind of content. And I accept that. I understand it. Oh, well, we got like 1,300 balls. Yeah, I was saving these because, like, I already bought all the pulls. And if I get desperate for some of these mats later on, I don't want to have emptied my balls, right? I want to keep my balls full so I can empty them all later when I'm good and ready. Oh, yeah, I didn't need to see... Right after saying that, and then Natasha... Why do I still think she's called Natasha? She's not even called Natasha. I don't know where this comes from. She's not even called Natasha, you fucking freak. What is wrong with you? You're just making shit up. You turned into... Oh my god, I've talked to ChatGPT so much. I've become ChatGPT. I'll just tell anybody anything. Just make shit up. Yes, this character is called Natasha. What the fuck are you talking about? She's not even called that. Alright. Scarlet, that's right. I finally remembered. Oh my god, will you just get to work, you bitches? What the hell's wrong with you? Get some work done. And you. Yes, what do you think? I want to sit there with a feet up all day. I don't think so. I assume I'm paying a good money. So we can dispatch those back out. Auto rest. Dispatch those back out. Auto rest. It's really helped getting a second room. See that back button again? It's really nice. I think this is a really good implementation. Like I say, this is the reason I'm doing this. It's this game's fault that I'm now obsessed with figuring this system out, because I want all my games to have it. And all games should have it. Oh, I hate doing this. I hate doing this. I hate it. 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 Look at that though. We've got 3 meals already. This is what happens when you actually cook the food in this game. I need some of this though. I wish there was a max button here. Why isn't there a max button? You stupid game. I need 3 more teas. Just do it. Oh my god, it's too many clicking. Yeah, that is a complaint though. Like I'll point out where it could use improvements. Like in most of these other clicky games, right? I can click like anywhere on the fucking screen to advance it onto the next part. But this one says, this is one of those games where it says tap anywhere to continue. So you tap somewhere and it's like, no, fuck you. And then you tap somewhere else and it's like, no, fuck you. Then you tap at the bottom and suddenly it lets you. Like, if you want me to click the bottom, tell me to click the fucking bottom. But whatever. It's got a bit of that going on. Like, if you say tap anywhere, so make it so I can tap anywhere. But I can't. It seems to only want me to tap the bottom. I'll tap its fucking bottom in a minute. Maybe I won't, actually. It's a bit scraggly looking. Oh my god, we still never made it. What do you think I went and snuffled all those spuds out of the ground for? Gonna be health? The hell's wrong with your game? Right, just submit it and leave me alone. And that one. Get the frick out of my face. Go on, piss off. I hate parts of this game. It's so like, you know? It's meant to be like that though. And ironically, a lot of the stuff I complain about is probably actually making it more addictive. And if it wasn't there, I probably would have stopped playing by now. So, you know, it is what it is. Alright, 22. He only wants 10, doesn't he? Oh, this is nice that I've actually made stuff. I can just get rid of him now. Look at that. Piss off, you green shit. What's this? Just get it done. Go on. Do it. Yeah, whatever. We're in the middle. Piggy in the middle. We have another one. Oh no, I got a reward, that's why. I got those pulls, didn't I? I never did them. Oh my god, it never ends with the clicking. Click, 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 click. You give me fucking RSI. Oh, bitches. Jesus Christ. We're getting both of these then. Go on in. A new page. Oh, good. Joy. I've got a lot of pulls today. It's pulling my fucking leg is what it's doing. Why is this lit up as well? There's nothing here. Oh, that's my pulls. Okay, yeah, there was something there then. I thought that was characters. I always think it's characters because it's got her face on it. But that's because that's her summon screen. But it's like, since it only confuses me since I changed my home screen to her. Because now I look at her and I know she's my character, and then I see this and I'm like, oh, that's my character. But it's not. That's my own fault for not reading it and being stupid. That's not the game's fault. I accept where I'm wrong. But no, that other game that I played recently was like, it just didn't even say what anything was. It was all icons. What was it called again? That stupid farming game Peak was talking about. I can't remember what it's called. Alright, should we do our polls? I'm still overflowing on energy though. I don't know if I should farm gear or what. I could do another one of those cubes, I guess, because I need those more than I need anything. I don't know how I ended up getting more energy. Probably like friend things and stupid little rewards and stuff. Ugh, I don't like being capped. We've got enough to do her now though, but I'm still gonna need these, so I'll just do another one. Have you noticed how it's keeping me in the game? Motherfucker. Alright, seek assistance. Oh no, where did he go? Why is 300? Why is Mr. 300 and something? Maybe you can only use one a day. 290 is still more than him. Alright, he's the biggest boy. We should be alright. We should be alright. Alright, carry me, daddy. Carry me through the content. God, I say that and then Natasha's... Why do I think she's called Natasha? I can't stop. I can't stop. I need reprogramming. Someone needs to send me to a concentration camp to be reprogrammed. I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked up. Yeah, maybe I should learn how to reprogram myself. I got more bugs than a director's cut of Naked Lunch. Okay, calm down. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. Hey, I don't actually die in this anymore. Are we sure I'm doing a strong enough level here? Yeah, the other reason I thought about that, right, is because you still need somewhere... So there is a problem with my layout right now. Because you still need somewhere to send the player. Like, if you have it set up like this... And you're switching... Like, where do you go back from the settings menu? I guess it's not the end of the world, because you could just put a new... You could just put a new shortcut in this system that has like a home button on it as well. So like if you look at this game that I'm playing, right? What happens is you get a back button here and then you get like a home button next to it. So what you could do in my case is just display the home button on the settings page. Because you can't really go back from settings, because settings is its own parent, if that makes sense. But again, we don't even have to set it up this way. We could just set it up so that settings is a child of main menu. It really doesn't matter. But I still think it's better to have more options available, to have the system support it. Plus, we needed a driver for the children anyway, right? We needed a driver for the child system and player components. So what's the harm in having like a state machine switcher in there? I'm dead. I can't believe we still haven't cleared it. It's about to be cleared. Bloody hell. Okay, we've got 5 more cubes. We're already barely under the cap. I'll just do it again. We'll get it out the way. I need a wee anyway. Is there going to be somebody strong enough though? 264. Yeah, 281's probably going to do it. Probably. Alright, let's get it done. It's another 25 energy. I'm going to go for a wee. I'll be BRB. I'll leave you with the game's beautiful sounds. Camera is frozen. You are a frozen camera. I need to reactivate you and see my ugly face. It's such an ugly face. No wonder nobody's in this place. What the fuck am I even singing? We'd better be fucking winning this fight. Because it's 2.1% we won. Because it's taken forever. What a goofy looking bitch. Oh my god. Terrifying. Enough to put anybody off football, that is. You kick that back. Kick that back in the net. That sounded weird. Almost sounded like I wanted to do other things. Stuff her in the back of the net. That's not what I was saying, alright? Don't twist my words. Okay, so we're down to 95 energy, which isn't going to keep me uncapped for long. We got some pulls. 3 of them are super duper pulls, so let's do those. Ooh, it's purple. Ooh. I don't want that. Ah, Minami. Go away. I don't want you. It's blue. Why am I even watching this animation? Oh, go away. Go away! 1,700 pulls. That's a lot of pulls. That would have been what I thought on day 1, wouldn't it? What is this shit? There's no gold. Where's my fucking gold? Eh? Where's my gold, bitch? 46 more pulls for a goal. Do you having a laugh? Come on, sort it out. Give me a goal. Give me an early. No, early. We've got 6 more. Oh, no, go away, I. 5. AI, fuck off, I said. 4. Oh my god. 3. Come on. Give me 1. 2. It's purple. It's purple. Do we like it? Do we want it? Ah, what is this? I don't want that. Yourself. Oh, bitch. Oh, God. Ah, this game hates me. I hate you too, game. I hate you so much. What is this? Missions. What is a mission to get shit on? 10 times a day or something. Well, that's a nice scat mission, isn't it? I thought it was cat fantasy, not scat fantasy. I don't know why I haven't died of cringe yet, okay? I'm still here. So we probably have a lot of balls right now, right? I just don't know what to do with them. Why am I playing this? I'm supposed to be coding. I can't though. It's just like, oh my god. I can. I was almost there. I got like 90% of it done. I always do this as well, right? Sometimes I feel like I'm allergic to finishing things. It's like I'll get 90% of the way there and then I'll be like, let's just take a little break, and then I never finish it. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I got like 90% there. No, I'm not as bad as I used to be. I do typically. But yeah, there seems to be some like, it's like there's this weird... resistance at the end. Do you know what I mean? I don't know why. Depends what it is, I think. I really don't know who to level. Who do I ascend? I mean... Oh, Jesus. I don't even know what these are. What are these? Bunny invasion. I didn't even know this was a thing. Should we do it? Does it cost energy? Oh, wait, what? Reward chances left, 0. Am I even supposed to be allowed in here? $150,000 recommended. What am I right now? $105,000. Yeah, there would be no point in doing this because I can't get any rewards from it. So we can't, yeah, we can't do Natasha right now. Okay, I'm doing it on purpose now. I know she's not called Natasha. She may as fucking well be by now, though. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. Can I clear story right now? Because I feel like my #1 priority should probably be... Why is benefits little? Because I got more energy in there. Don't claim that, don't claim that, don't claim that. Yet. My #1 priority should probably be to clear story right now. And I don't know. Am I struggling with this one? I think I just ran out of energy last night, and I was like, yeah, that'll do for now. This is apparently my strongest team. We're fine for like the power cap. Yeah, I haven't even loaded this one before, so it's not like I couldn't clear it or anything. I got past the roadblock I was at yesterday on stream. Oh, it's making me play manually. Oh wait, no, maybe I did fail this one actually. Or does it just happen to be the same enemy? Yeah, I think I might be stuck on this one actually. But I wasn't sure how to beat it. Why did Natasha's skill not do anything? Should we heal? We should heal, shouldn't we? Why is my ear so gross and itchy? We don't want a double heal, I don't think. I don't know, how about we just fucking hit him? How about that? How about we just hit him? Mother fudgers. You mother fudgers! How fudging dare you? I haven't even used my cat yet. Oh, we might do this. Sorry, she can go. She was useless anyway. She was useless. Have some of this, and some of that, and some of this. Ooh. Oh, how is he still alive? 2% health. Is that a laugh? Is he having a laugh? Oh, he's done now. How's he not done? Of course he's done. No way he's surviving this. Boop. Yeah, that's what you get, you dipshit. Suck it. Suck it! Suck it sideways, you little bitch. I don't even know how you would do that. Not that I'm an expert or anything. Increased mustn't... What? Why is it taking me to fishing? Is this what my mission is? My main story mission? Oh my god, catch one fish. Well, if it's only one... Okay, let me just try the manual catch. But this thing drives me insane, right? I don't know if I'm misunderstanding something about the mechanics of it. Or if it's just designed to make you fail. I think it's designed to make you fail. It says use a longer fishing line. Length 100. Like, just fuck off, man. I can't be arsed with this shit. Length 120, length 150, length 200. Whatever. Alright, let's try it with a 150 meter line then, I guess. It's fucking bullshit, this. They know it's bullshit, though. It's designed to try and make you spend money. You're too loose. Are you calling loose, you fucking slag? See what I mean? It's fucking rigged. It's fucking bullshit. I fucking hate this thing. This is so annoying. And now I've run out of fucking line and whatever this is. And I'm supposed to buy more. Like, piss off. This is so fucking annoying. And they know it is. It's intentionally set up that way. You're too loose. So what does that... Doesn't that mean my line's too fucking long then? You just said it was too fucking short. Make your mind up. Twat. Let's go with this medium one then. 120 meters. No, this thing's just designed just to torture you, so you'll give them money. 100%. I know it fucking is. It's so fucking annoying, and it just makes me even less likely to spend money and more likely to uninstall the game, to be honest. I can't stand this kind of fucking tactics. Well, what do you fucking want from me, you fucking twat? Oh my fucking god, this is so annoying. I don't want to use a net for one fucking fish that I'm supposed to catch. I feel like there's got to be some fucking trick to it or some fucking bullshit. What about this fucking rod? Purple line. Like, it was fine. It was fine the first few times I did it. And then, like, it just started getting like, no, fuck you. Like, we're not going to let you catch your fish now. Touch it and hold the rod. Release it when the boy enters the zone to prevent the line from breaking. I don't even understand what any of this means. Fucking hell. That was more painful than the code I've been working on all day. What a fucking crock of shit this game is. Please tell me it's got autopilot. Yeah, they might have a nice back button with some nice breadcrumbs in this UI, but it doesn't mean the game doesn't fucking annoy in other ways. But credit where credit's due. But that fishing is a fucking piss take. It really is. I think maybe I just level my healer, to be honest. Ascend my healer. Because at the moment she's like kind of unique, right? And I notice everyone in PvP is using her. So I think she's like legitimately good. And she's quite unique in that you could swap a lot of these other DPS units for other DPS units and it wouldn't really make much difference. But if you change her, I think it makes a huge difference. She's the only 5-star healer currently in the game, I think.
I feel the need to tell a joke. I was going to get a brain transplant, but I changed my mind. LOL.
You're a joke, alright. What colour are the enemies? Every colour. All colours of the rainbow. We don't have a red unit though. Maybe I change Poppy for her. Just to mix it up a bit. Puts me back in range. Barely. Let's give it a shot. What is that music? Jesus. Yeah, that's a bot. Easy peasy. Where's the challenge? The ruins are burning. Well, that's probably why they're called ruins. Probably weren't ruins until the fire started. Oh no, don't make me manual. Why? Why, game? Why? Why are you gonna do this? You'll be such a bitch. We'll just overheal and get a shield and then do that. I'm using fucking a cat attack. Attack cat? Yeah, attack cat. I meant to say that. That's what I said. I don't know. I don't know. I can't be asked to read these skills. I just fucking click whatever. Well, yeah, do that one. Buffer. She's not even strong against any of these colours, is she? Yeah, she's strong against red, I think. Get rid of the red one. Do that. Do that. That's exactly what I meant to do. How was I still alive? I swear that wasn't alive. They attacked a piece of smoke. A piece of smoke. A piece. Would you like a piece of smoke, sir? No, I'm good, thanks. I just had a slice of fucking disappointment earlier. A bit full. I don't know. What do you want from me, man? You want me to learn the game? Don't be stupid. My brain's all full of learning. I learning code. I learning code. At the cost of losing English, I learning code. Okay? But brain only so much storage ran space out. Okay? It's fine. I didn't need it anyway. I don't speak anywhere. I don't speak well anywhere. Did someone die? I only got 3. Who died? What the? Who died? Was I missing it? I'm missing it. I think somebody died. Oh great, now we got 2 dead. Oh, fantastic. Fuck this game, man. I hate it so much. It's such horse shit. Oh, well that was fucking helpful. Good job, you stupid bitch. Get her out of here. She's fucking useless. Put this one back. Use support. Just try it now. Couldn't go any worse. Shut up. I'm getting a headache. I'm surprised. I don't know why I'm doing the cat last. Don't question me. That seems to go better than last time. If it's purple, we click it. We could heal and get a shield of overheal. Let's do it. Are you fucking having a laugh? Just do it. Oh, good. This is some utter bullshit. This. How many fucking goals do they get? Let's just do the gold. What a crock of shit. I'm out. Get out of my face. Get out of my face, game. I've got one pull. Oh, what do you want now? It better not be a customer. I'm going to kick him out. Oh, I swear to God, these customers are so annoying. Did I get these? Oh, also, there's always this stupid thing. It doesn't tell you either. There's this stupid thing you've got to collect from. Actually, I might have collected from it already. Oh, what do you want? Kathy again. Didn't we kick you out yesterday, you bitch? Get the fuck out of here. Get the hell out of here. Don't ever come back. I would honestly rather earn money sucking Donald Trump's dick than keep working at this fucking cafe. It's so annoying. Actually, maybe not. Actually, I can't believe I said that. I don't like it though. I think that can be. That can go on record, I think. There was something else I was going to do. What was it? I was going to see if that thing was collectible, but I don't know where it is. So this is what I mean, right? It's like... That's why I like my idea of showing breadcrumbs, right? Because whenever I find a system as a player, I could look at the breadcrumbs at the top and be like, oh yeah, I can never find this page. Where is it? And I can glance at the top of the screen and see that it's in, you know, and see the path it takes to get there. But there's this thing that I can... Oh no! These things are here all day, aren't they? It's not like I have to do them now. This game is horrendous. Oh, it is nice when I just have the stuff though. Oh, that's a different fight. You wanna laugh? At least it uses my energy up, I guess, so I can go away and do something else for a while. I bet I just made too many egg tarts and not enough of the other thing. Yeah, I knew it. Whatever, just deliver one. I don't give a shit. No! I didn't mean to click back. Yeah, for some reason though, I often accidentally click that back button and I'm not sure why. Something to do with the way the interface is set up. I don't often, you know what it is? It's because it says click anywhere and it does let you click up here. So I've gotten into the habit of clicking up here, I think, to advance the thing. And then sometimes maybe I like click near the back button and it like registers a click when it comes back. I don't know, I'd have to slow down my action and see what the fuck I'm actually doing. Because I'm just doing things on autopilot without thinking about it for the most part. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I just noticed there. What I've done, I've got into the habit of clicking up here to advance, because then it's a short distance. I'm a min-maxer, what can I say? Because then it's a short distance from here to the back button, which I normally need to go to. So it just saves me less time. Saves me more time. Costs me less time, that's what I meant. Shut up. Leave me alone. Tired. That's all I've said all day. What? See, I'm doing it again. Why do I do it? I don't know why I do it. I don't know why I do it. That's so weird. There's an error in my programming. I think we know that. I think we know that. Alright, is this the last one? Can we finally get the fuck out of here? Ah, 2 more? You fucking kidding me? Ah, you're so annoying. Just do 1. I'm down to 29 energy now. Good God, I wasn't even looking for that. I was looking for something completely different. Don't give me more energy. I'm trying to get rid of my energy. Oh my God. I was just in here. Skin. Is there 2 musics playing right now? That's ridiculous. Just do whatever. It better be good. Fucking coins. Are you having a laugh? Oh, you couldn't give me the fucking 4 pull. Is that 4 pulls or 40 pulls? I think it's 40 pulls, that, you motherfucker. Where's my 40 pulls, bitch? What a bitch. An absolute bitch. Oh, this fucking menu drives me nuts, and it makes you wait all the time to play the animation. Like, fuck off. It's designed just to waste your time and annoy you, you know. Wow. That's energy, don't get it. What's this? Why is this lit up? Free summon, who cares? Don't get anything anywhere. See? You might as well do the other one while you're here. See? It'll be the same on this one, look. Free summon, oh great. Let's get a blue piece of shit, shall we? see. I'm always right.
掃除ミッション準備
I think we can walk away now at last. Anyway, no one's watching. Not that I blame them. But I'm actually getting a headache. And I do need to go to the shop and get some more painkillers. This is my last one, I think. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to end the stream here. Take care of my head. But yeah, like, I think you... If you are watching, because, I mean, I can't think anyone would be, ever. But let's say someone's watching a VOD in the future. Hello. And you genuinely want to know how to finish this. I don't know, maybe I'll put it on GitHub at some point, but I'm going to kind of wait. I'd have to take some things out, though, like my anti-cheat stuff, so you can't see how I'm doing that. Because otherwise it kind of defeats the whole point. But yeah, I don't know, I might do, I don't know. But basically, what I'm going to... I'll talk you through what I'm going to do next. I just can't be arsed right now because I've got a fucking headache. But yeah, this last bit is basically obviously tying it all together. So what we'll do is we've got a function to set the system node. So for set player node, basically what we do is we're going to add the new node that comes in, right? And then what we'll do is we'll put a check in here and we can say if actually, what would be better? Let's make this one function, because when obviously we want both the system and the player to be updated at the same time, right? So we can take two nodes, right? We're going to take a nav node. Oh yeah, we only take one input. Because it's the same node from both. It's the same node from both contexts, right? From both perspectives. So we just say set new node, and what we basically do is we'll say play nodes add node, right? Because it's that straightforward. And then we can say if player nodes dot count. We'll put the dot there, we put it here. Is greater than max nodes, then player nodes remove at 0. So remove the top node, the first node that was added, and we can do a public int max nodes. So what this is going to do is it's going to limit how much of the history, so the player can traverse back through his nodes right to the very start. So whenever they arrive, here's the way it'll work, right? Whenever they arrive back at the home screen, the nodes are clear anyway. So it can only go as deep as however deep your hierarchy goes, right? So if you look at your structure, it'll only ever get as deep as your hierarchy. But just for argument's sake, let's say you go really fucking ham in this game and you end up with like 16 fucking children deep, right? You might run out of space on the screen to put that entire path on the screen. So what we're doing is we're just going to put a public field in here that says the maximum number of nodes to display. And then we'll trim player nodes to only show the last number of nodes. But actually, that's just made me think, right? No, we shouldn't do that. Because I still think, like, the system can still remember. So let's say you do have an architecture. Let's say you do have a structure that's 16 nodes deep. I still think the system should be able to allow the player to click the back button 16 times if they wish to. Why they wouldn't click the fucking home button right next to it, though, is beyond me. But I still think the system should support that. Because maybe they want to get back to, like, node 2 or something, right? And it's just quicker for them to quickly click back 15 times rather than find it from the home screen, let's say. Although that's a design issue. But whatever, right? Again, the system should support it. So rather than remove the nodes, what we'll do is we'll look at the last X number of nodes, right? So this is how many children deep we can go, right? So what we do is we add the new node to our players' nodes, because if you think about it, all that's doing each time, it doesn't matter how the player got to that node. That's completely irrelevant. It should work like a back button on a browser, in that we're just going back to whatever the user happened to be on before that, and then before that, and then before that, and before that. So we can simply just add player nodes to the list. System nodes is a bit different, because what we need to do is we need to remap system nodes in respect to their parent. So let's do this the other way around, because that one's dead easy. Right, so system nodes is a bit different, because what we do is we need to remap the path from the current system node all the way back to the home screen. So the way we do that is we say int index equals 0 while index is less than. Oh, let's have a look. Actually, I don't know about this. Every node has a parent unless it's the main menu. So we'll probably have to... No, we can simply say it has parent. There we go, parent. And then we can say while has parent. So the first thing we need to do to the sys nodes is clear it and then rebuild its hierarchy. So we add the current system node. Also, this list needs to be reversed as well, right? Because if you think about it, we want to show where you came from in the system. So we can't add it if we at the moment we're adding the current node first, right? So let's say you're 16 children deep, whatever. Then you're going to be putting the parent, the parent, the parent, the parent, and that's backwards. It should go the other way around. So we need to reverse this list when we're done. But basically, while has parent, we say sys nodes add node.parent. Wait a minute. That'll cause an infinite loop. And then we say, hang on a minute. Let's call it get parent. I need to be careful here. This could be an infinite loop. Nav node. We'll declare the type of nav node and we'll say get parent. and we'll set that to node.parent. Then we'll add getParent to sysnodes. Then we can say hasParent equals node.parent. No, it's getParent.parent. And I think we need to say node equals getParent so that when we go through again and get the new parent on node, node is now the old parent. So we say node equals getParent. I think that's right. I'm going to ask ChatGPT if that's right. I think that's right. And then once we're done, we say sysnodes reverse, because the list wants to be from end to start. Okay. Here's my set node function. I assume I can return true or false on hasParent, and if parent is null it will return false, otherwise return true. Is that correct? You're correct in concept, but there's a small issue with how you're handling the hasParent bool. In C#, a bool can't directly be assigned from a non-boolean value like an object node.parent. You need to explicitly check if parent is null. Okay, that's fair enough. Good, glad I asked. Alright, so we do need to say is null. Oh, okay, but we can do it like that. That's cool. Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to do. So let's see it. Set new node. This is all set new node. That's a big set new node, isn't it? It's all the comments that fatten it out, that's why. Let's see all those. Alright, set new node. So I'm trying to think of the two different contexts, because you have to think about this going forwards and going backwards, right? So this works perfectly going forwards for both contexts. It doesn't work going backwards for player context, because what this is going to do, so let's say this is your player context. player navigation. If you go from 4th floor Inferno back to Ascension, what it will do is it will add Ascension to the end, because it's just adding a new memory. But back should take you from 4th floor Inferno back to Ascension. Otherwise you're just going to be jumping between the same two over and over and over again by going back. So there's a few ways we can handle this. We could do a different function for moving backwards to moving forwards. Or we could check if the new node... We can check if the new node was the previous node before. So if we go from 4th floor Inferno back to Ascension, okay, I'm just gonna check with ChatGPT. Okay. I don't even know how you spell Ascension. I'm so tired. I should know this. How the fuck do you spell Ascension? Is it SC or CS? It's definitely SC. Like, my muscle memory typed it, no problem. But my brain couldn't figure it out. But my muscle... As soon as I typed it, my muscle memory was like, yeah, you fucking dumbass. My muscle memory knew that, but my brain didn't. I had to type it so my muscle memory could show me what it was. It's so weird. That is me in a nutshell, that though. Like, this, I stuff so much fucking shit in that hippocampus, it's unreal. Kind of have to at a certain point. Okay, I knew I'd made a spelling mistake because I'm like, where's the fucking S? But for some reason I was getting confused about whether it was before or after the C. The way my function is set, it will add Ascension after moving back there from the 4th floor. How can I check add logic to check if the new node is be a child, wouldn't it? It's just current node's parent. I just answered again. You can tell my brain's had it. This is why I need to kind of stop this in a sec. My brain's fucking giving up here. So instead of play nodes add node, we have an if statement here. There's two different situations. So if node equals play nodes at play nodes count -1, in other words the very last node, then remove that node, else add it. And that's the difference between forwards and backwards, right? Because if the current node the player just reached happens to also be... No, it wouldn't be -1, it'd be -2, I think. Because think about it. We're currently, let's say we're currently on the 4th floor. Right, we move to Ascension from the 4th floor Inferno. So as we go into our code, we receive Ascension. We need to look, before we decide if we're adding Ascension or not, we have this list cut off here. So this would be count -1, which is 4th floor Inferno. We need to look at -2. Also, that could cause a null reference. So in order... what we should do then is say int check is it a child or a parent? It is actually a parent. I'll just say int check index equals player nodes count -2, because then our if statement wants to say, an encapsulating one wants to say if check index is greater than -1, then it's safe to perform the operation. But I need to else else can be down there, I think, else to that if. I don't know actually, where does my else want to be in that situation? Because the if statement for this is basically saying, are there enough nodes to go back a whole 2 nodes to check? Because we could, the problem is we could still go back from there, right? We could go from Ascension to character, but yeah, that would mean count -2. Right, in this situation, let's just work this out. In this situation, count is 2, right? So count -2 is 0. So it's safe to check 0 because 0 is character. Yeah, that's fine. But the problem with putting the else statement here is if we're deep in the hierarchy and it's not the previous node that the player reached, then we just don't do anything, because we only fall into this else statement if the index returns less than 0. I think that's fine. I think we put our else statement here. Here's the reason why. Because if the index comes back less than 0, it's got to mean that we've only got 1 node. And if we've only got 1 node, there's no way we can be going back from node position 0. So we don't need to catch an else here, because it's impossible. So this condition needs to be in place, because if we are at node 0, this will cause a null reference exception if we don't put it here, because we're trying to check in position -1. But the else can still be in here because because if this fails, we're at position 0. So really it's the other way around. We do want to put an else here. The else is basically because we can't perform this check. Right. Wait a minute, I'm so confused. No, we just add the node then, don't we? Oh my god, I'm getting so confused. If we're at the very first node and we receive information that the player just reached a new node, then we should definitely be adding it, which is this here. So this should just be nodes add, because we have to be at position 0. And we didn't get to check this condition here to add it here. So in that case, we else it and add it here. God, I'm so tired. Right. And if we're going backwards, we basically want to remove the last node. So we say, because in this example here, right, we're at 4th floor Inferno and we go back to Ascension.
Remember to stay focused on the current task and keep track of any changes.
Shut the
made
fuck
to
up,
the
I
code.
swear to God. I'm gonna kill you. I'm also confusing myself because we don't show the current position. The breadcrumbs shouldn't show the current page. These breadcrumbs are showing a history of how you got here. So if the so this is the other thing that's really starting to confuse me now. I'm actually starting to lose my mind. So if the UI is showing character as a breadcrumb, it means we're actually on a child page of the character. Because we don't show the current page. Because why would we want to jump to the current page? We're already on it. So my assumptions about, if our breadcrumb list shows character, then we must be on node 0. I think it's still true. It just because it means there's no further history to check. But the way I was thinking about it is wrong, I guess. So anyway, we're on 4th floor Inferno and we go back to Ascension. If we go... So yeah, no, we're not on 4th floor Inferno. Oh, this is why I'm getting so confused. Okay, so in this example, what I need to do is I need to put in brackets where the player actually is. So the player is basically at a child's level of this, right? So if the player's actually at a child level of this and they want to go back to the 4th floor Inferno, yeah, we just want to remove 4th floor Inferno from the player navigation, because that's the new node that they're at. Oh, it was probably that easy all along. I could have just said attempt to remove this page from the current navigation. Although that could have caused issues if there was some weird like weaving in and out of UIs, for example, or in dungeons if you end up going back to like the same room, for example. So it's probably better that I've done it this way, actually. Yeah, so we basically just need to remove... So I am right in how I'm thinking about it, but I'm wrong about in the context that it's used in. But it's still the same, so it's fine. But I'm really starting to confuse myself now. I think I need to end the stream soon. I'm having like a breakdown. Hello, Pika. Welcome to Cappy's lesson tonight. It's not really a lesson. It's more like me having a breakdown, to be honest. But welcome, welcome. Reverse our nodes. So basically we go into player nodes. We remove that. Are we doing remove at check index? So the new node we received... Yeah, I guess we are, right? But this count -2 I don't think is correct. No, I did make a mistake then. Because I was convinced that, if we're on 4th floor Inferno, we want to check this one. No, we do want to check this last entry, because this last entry is basically telling us where we could have gone back to. And if the player goes back to that node, then we remove that node from the history list because now we're at that node basically. So this should be count -1 actually. We're not going to back at all. I'm full of shit. And then we still want to logic check to make sure that index is greater than 0. If node is the same as count -1, then remove at I don't know if that's going to perform a mathematical operation or set it at a negative. I don't know if they're the same thing. God, I can't believe how tired I am. My brain is breaking down in real time. Okay, there we go. Okay, so that basically should check whether we're going forwards or backwards.
Playing Cat Fantasy now and decided to
Did you get sick of playing Cat Fantasy? I just played it. Decided to do this instead. No, but this Cat Fantasy gave me the idea to do this. So this is something that's in Cat Fantasy, which is a very smart back button that sort of keeps track of where you've been and how to get back to where you've come from. So we're recreating it now. Right, so the next thing we need to do is update the UI, right? So we've set our nodes lists up. Our nodes list should be within a max node count range, and then we need to populate the UI now. So we'll write an update UI function. Right. So we should have a reference to these, right? At the UI nav level. Yeah, we've got system nav UI, player nav UI, max nodes. Okay. So what we can do is we can say, good lord. So we've got system and player. So our driver is the list. Actually, we don't want to do a for each. We should probably do an index. So we can do while index is less than sys nodes count and index is less than max nodes. But we have to be careful here because, okay, what you have to remember is when you have a buffer overflow kind of thing, so when you have more data than you want to show, so let's say this is the top of your data, right? And then you have some items in here. And we're updating the player in real time on all of these pieces of information.
We know you
as you cut off, as you trim the data, you're actually trimming off the top, not the bottom. Because the player is using this to move backwards. So the most relevant data is at the bottom. So we can't simply say start at 0. So what we actually need to do is we need to say index is max nodes. Oh, this is really awkward. Because index might not go that high. Fuck. So let's say we set our max nodes to 5. If we start our index at 5 and our count is only 3, we go out of bounds and we cause a null exception reference. But we still want to read from top to bottom, because you might think, okay, well then we just read from bottom to top and read, like, populate the list in reverse, and then we can stop it when we hit the limit then, which is easier to mathematically calculate. But the problem with that is then your data is in reverse order. So we could build these lists here in reverse, not reverse that one and reverse the player one, and read from it backwards, bottom to top. That's one way of doing it. But let me just ask ChatGPT what it suggests. How do I read from top to bottom whilst trimming the top within max nodes range? And then we want to say sys nodes. We know you could create better cat fantasy game, and it would be funny if you called it Cappy Fantasy. I don't know if I could create a better game than that. Cappy Fantasy, funny though. Cappy Fantasy, I don't even know what that would be. Terrifying. We're still getting these debug messages as well. I thought I got rid of those. Oh, we haven't run it in a while. I think I did get rid of them. Okay, where was I? How do I read from top to bottom whilst trimming the top within max nodes range? So we want to say while index is less than sys nodes count and index is less than max nodes. Okay. So we can either put a function in sys nodes, or we could just implement the list directly. UI system. Ah. Nav nodes. Okay, I need to ask ChatGPT how to do this because my brain's given up, completely given up. Okay. I need to set the limit
We can't wait to see what
of
game we'll
nodes
create next, and hopefully it won't be
for
unplayable like
the
last game we
UI
created
to
was.
display whilst reading from top to bottom, avoiding going out of range. How can I do that? Actually, I like to put my question above the code. I don't know why, it's just consistency, I guess. Let me ask it. We can't wait to see what game you will create next, and hopefully it won't be unplayable like your last game you created. Well, shut the hell up. Unplayable. So your technical issues. That's your technical problems, not mine. Well, it is going to be unplayable because I make PC games and web games, and you can't play either of those. Well, it's not my fault you don't have the hardware to play it. Ugh. Do you know how hard it is to build a game for Android? And then you have to go through... You have to actually go through their platform stuff. And that costs money as well. You can't just publish a game on Android. You've got to go through the greenlighting process. That costs money. It takes time. You've got to get approval. There's so much shit you have to do. If you want your game on Android, you've got to like jump through so many hoops. And I'm just not interested. I just want to make games that don't necessarily, you know, why that would cost me a ton of money, and it would be a free game anyway, so I'd never make any money back off it. So it's just, it would be pointless. It would be so much more work as well, supporting touchscreen and all the rest of it. Yeah, it's just not something I'm interested in. If I ever made a commercial game, then I'd probably start looking into it. But yeah, I don't even know if I'll ever do that. Right, I need to set the limit of nodes for the UI to display while reading from top to bottom but trimming the top, avoiding going out of range. How can I do that? To display a limited number of nodes while trimming from the top, you can calculate the starting index based on the total number of nodes and the maximum number of nodes allowed. The idea is to display only the last max nodes entries, trimming all the ones, those at the top of the list. Yeah, I know the concept, I just can't get my head around it right now because I'm so freaking tired. I barely slept last night. I dreamt about this system that I'm building now. How weird is that? So my dream was almost like being in an infinite loop, and I kept dreaming that I was building this system. And I was testing it, and then I woke up and did it for real. With barely any sleep. This is my life. I don't know why. It just is. Okay. Okay, I think that should be fine. So now we can call the update UI function, but this is just for UI system nav nodes. We also need to do UI player nav nodes clear, and we need to do the same thing on player nodes. So what we'll do is we'll say start sys, so we can use start sys. Mind you, we could have still used start index and just set it differently here.
To improve and be better, but it's only a matter of time until someone creates a better mobile OS than Android, even though we have to wait, unfortunately.
That's not right at all, is it? What is happening? I'm so confused. What am I doing? I'm getting confused. Start player sys nodes. Well, this one's player nodes. Player nodes dot count minus max nodes. Then we use start player and player UI player nav nodes add player nodes Sys nodes. It's still stuck on fucking sys nodes. There we go, play nodes. Yeah, every system needs to improve and be better, but it's only a matter of time until somebody creates a better mobile OS than Android, even though we have to wait, unfortunately. I don't think that... Who's going to compete? Nobody can compete. Nobody's going to compete with Google and Apple anytime soon. They're massive. Do you have any idea how massive those corporations are? Nobody's ever going to compete with them. They've become monopolistic giants at the end of the day. Yeah, you're not going to get another company like that anytime soon. Like, I mean, okay, the only company that could end up overtaking them is like OpenAI with all this ChatGPT stuff. But you're talking decades and decades. Like maybe OpenAI would end up branching out and evolving and becoming like this huge thing, and then, you know, takes over what's now like Amazon. But yeah, I don't know. It's actually terrifying. We need these corporations to get smaller, not bigger. Otherwise, we'll end up living under one big corporate rule, which is what all the dystopian future films kind of depict it as, which ain't that far off, to be honest. Alright, so those functions should work. So what we can basically do now is we basically call set new node function on the nav state machine when a new node is reached. So how we do that is if we go to our main menu, for example. Oh, we're not doing the main menu, we're doing the nav UI, aren't we? Yeah, this is a nav UI thing. Okay, button click int index. So I need to add a listener. Okay. Let me ask ChatGPT again. How can I dynamically add a button listener for every instantiated button so I can handle the code?
Yasim believe that we're already living in a core rule world, even though it might not be true yet.
So now I add a button listener for each instantiated button. You can use Unity's button on click add listener. Yeah, some believe we're already living in a corporate rule world, even though it might not be true yet. It's semi-true. And it's worse than most people think. But it's not like the thing is it's like a handful of corporations right now. When it gets really scary is when it's one corporation that rules everything. Once, you know, and that's what they're all trying to do. If it ever gets to that point, then we really are living under a world order, and not a good one. Yeah, and sadly, I don't know, unless things drastically change, that's where everything's headed. For each nav node in nav nodes, so we add a button, a listener. Button component equals new button get component button. Button component on click add listener. Button click. Well, you can just do that inside a loop like that. Oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, that is pretty cool. I don't think it knows that this is... Yeah, it thinks that that's inside of that nest, but it's not. It's inside a different nest. So we'll just have to grab the display current and replace that part. Oh, up. We need that bottom bit. There we go. Okay.
I should hit adventure rank 42 on my restarted account for Genshin by tomorrow.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I wouldn't have figured that part out though. So what you can do is with a lambda expression, you can add a listener for the button click and then pass through an integer for the button index, which we can then drag out of our buttons dynamically generated like list of buttons here, which is pretty cool. So we know which button was clicked. I should hit adventure rank 42 on my restarted account for Genshin by tomorrow. Yeah, you've come a long way. You're doing good. Congrats. Okay, so now when the button is clicked, what do we do? I wish I knew. No, it's not that bad. Okay, it's a little worse than I thought though. So originally what I was thinking is we can just say, because we can find out which game object the node belongs to by reversing through the hierarchy, looking up the node, getting the node using the getNode function, and then looking up its, you know, transform game object. And then we could enable said game object. The problem with that is UI doesn't work that way, right? Because it works off a draw hierarchy. So whatever layers at the bottom will overwrite anything that's layered above it. So if you go from here to here and you just switch this on, well, this is going to get in the way and you won't see this. So what we have to do is we have to turn this off. So that's fine, right? We can turn the thing on that was clicked because we can find out what it was that was clicked by like reverse engineering and looking down the hierarchy and finding this button that was clicked and this game object and this interface. What we can't do is figure out which other node's interface to turn off. So how do we solve that? Well, we've got to turn them all off and then turn only the one on that we're interested in. Okay, so what knows about all of the nodes? Well, obviously the node manager does. But also the nav state has
KF6DBS says
state context. But could we be jumping contexts? Probably, so that's a little risky. Because we could be jumping from one nav manager to another. In which case I'd need to I'd need to do like I need to disable all the child components per parent state. I might need to do that anyway, to be honest. But given that every single node... I need to think about this, by the way, because this is where things can get pretty hairy. Almost finished No Man's Sky? You can't finish No Man's Sky. It's a sandbox. Do you mean you're reaching the sun? Reaching the center of the universe? Because there's a surprise for you when you do. And I'm not going to spoil it. You probably already know. But yeah, you can't really finish No Man's Sky. There's 64 quintillion planets. Have you seen them all? Have you? Oh, I think not. I'm currently working on unlocking Interlude. I love you. I love the SAS though. That's amazing. Yes, you can get all the trophies and you win. Really? You actually 100%. You know what? I think I 100% did trophies on No Man's Sky. It's one of the few games that I did. I think I did on PlayStation. Yeah. I'm currently working on unlocking Interlude Act 2 of the main story and leveling up my weapons to level 80 at the moment, and I might do that non-new player friendly event again when I got time in Genshin. Why are your messages always so long? Right, okay. Here's the reason why this could be problematic. So my itchy brain tells me the way to solve this problem is to turn off all UI elements except the one that was just activated. Right? Makes sense, right? Here's the problem with that.
At Play Compile, they can just YouTube it if they don't want to be surprised.
I just turned battle off, and because Inferno is a child of battle, the parent switches off the child. So there's our first problem. The other problem as well is sometimes you will extend UI. Let me show you an example of this.
My last one requires me to
Here's what you might sometimes do. You might sometimes make a beautiful background image. Let's get an image. Here's our image. Alright, let's say this is our background. And let's say we want it like yellow or whatever, right? And then you'll add a child component like this. You'll shrink it and you'll put something in here, right? Or maybe like this, right? This is rare and this isn't really the way you should design these things, but you can do this is the point I'm trying to make. Let's say this is like a character profile, for example, right? Imagine your character sat there. So this element is the one you reached. And then as this thing is changing, if you switch its parent off, even if you were able to keep the child on, which you actually can't, but even if you did, let's say you disabled the raw image component on that and left the child on. Do you see the problem? The background disappears, but you wanted the background there. So it would be careless to just go and disable all of the other objects. Not only would it cause a parent-child hierarchical nightmare, which is something even Stephen King didn't dare write about, but like, yeah, you know, we're going to lose backgrounds and all kinds of things, so we need a more sophisticated solution to this problem. And my brain is like, are you kidding me? No sleep, no sleep. My one, at Play Compile, you can just YouTube if they don't want to be surprised. What do you want about? They can just YouTube if they don't want to be surprised. Yeah, I know, but I'm not going to blurt it out because I don't. They might want to be surprised. My last one requires me to complete the story on permadeath difficulty. Oh, really? Yeah. When I got the trophy, it was when it first came out. So that game has had so many updates, so many patches. I think it had new trophies added as well. Was permadeath a thing when it first came out? I can't remember. I know I think I did 100% trophies on it though. But there's probably a lot more trophies now than there was back then. We're talking like when it first came out. Yeah. Okay. So the first thing I need to do is map out what the logic should be in my brain.
Pika says, You did say
You say once that No Man's Sky got worse over time. No, I don't think I ever said that. It's definitely gotten better. I think I said it's just there's still a lot of stuff that are glaringly bad problems. Mainly with the UI and the telegraphing and stuff like that. It's really, really bad. Yeah, its UI is an absolute mess. This is what I'm working on today. This is why I want a really good UI system for my game, because it's like super important, I think. Good quality of life in it. But it's freaking hard to do. Let me think about this. I need to get this right. So we can't just do my usual trick of turn everything else off and then turn the one thing on that we want because of the child hierarchy structure.
Also, the tutorials were bad, you said.
Also, the tutorials were bad, you said. Yeah, well, the tutorials are all part of the same thing. Like quest navigation and stuff like that, telegraphing. Yeah, really bad. Really, really bad. One of the worst I've seen. But overall, like, the game's still got a lot of good things to offer. It's still really fun. And what he's like, the technical marvel of it is just nobody's come close to that level of like procedural generation and, you know, massive scale. It's so like ambitious. And this is a small team of devs, right, in England. They're over down near not too far away from me. I think they're in Manchester area, I think. I don't know, I can't remember. But yeah, like, it's just like a fucking team of like 12 people or whatever that have done this. They hired a few more to get, like, you know, to meet the deadline towards the release date, but it's still mostly just a team of like 12 people working on it. And look at what they've achieved. It's absolutely insane. So there's a lot to be praising, but there's, you know, you got to point out, it's good if you want to develop stuff yourself to like notice these things, because you can learn from them. You can say, okay, what's bad about this? What would I do differently? The more you think about it, the more you can make something good, I think. But it's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge. This problem right now is kind of messing with me a bit. I have to figure out how to do it. I think I'm going to need to ask ChatGPT. This is ChatGPT's nav system, this, I'm telling you now. I feel like it's programmed it more than I have. Okay, I have another issue. In the button code, I want to enable the UI component of the nav item to allow player to click breadcrumbs. However, due to the parent-child relationships on the canvas, I can't just switch all other components off and turn the child on, since disabled parents will leave them switched off. How do I solve this? Curious what it'll come up with. It'll probably say we need to, like, walk the paths of the parent, which I could painstakingly do, but it'll probably just do it like that. I kind of already know the solution. I'm just too lazy to do it, and I'm tired. And ChatGPT will do it in a nanosecond, whereas it would take me, like, the way I'm feeling right now, it would probably take me about 40 minutes to do it. Right. but I will give it a little bit of help just to give it a little hint of what it is I'm trying to do. So that always helps, ChatGPT. So we can say game object get not get canvas, but get yeah, I suppose it's object equals nav nodes at position index dot game object. Alright, let's see what it comes up with. Okay. I have another issue. In the button code, I want to enable the UI component of the nav item to allow player to click breadcrumbs. However, due to the parent-child relationships on the canvas, I can't just switch all other components off and turn the child on, since disabled parents will leave them switched off. How do I solve this? The issue you're encountering is that deactivating a parent game object will automatically deactivate its children in Unity. When you activate only a child of a deactivated parent, it doesn't display because the parent is still inactive. Yeah, I know that. I told you that. Solution: use canvas groups for visibility control. Okay, I was not expecting it to say that. I don't even know what this is. Instead of deactivating the entire game object, you can manage the visibility using canvas group. The canvas group component allows you to control the visibility, interactivity, and block raycasts without disabling the game object itself. Is that really a good idea? That seems weird. That sounds like a nightmare waiting to happen though. I don't like this solution. Because like straight away I can see problems with it, right? Let's say you put some music on one of your UI screens. Like the wish screen, right? Let's say you want to do a 10 pull. So you open the wish screen. You want some music for that. You know, you want like... That's not actually what plays on the wish screen, but you know what I mean? The you know what it sounds like. I don't. I'm too tired. But I remember there's some weird humming and moaning and... there's moaning. There's moaning when you lose that 50-50. My point is, if you make that screen invisible, so it just disappears, but it's still running, well, the music's still playing, God knows what else is still happening. All that code on that canvas is running and you don't want it to. You want to... No, you want to get rid of it. I don't like that. I don't like this solution at all. No, I don't like the sound of that. Oh, what's this stack-based navigation? Is this a different solution? Right, solution 2, reparent UI elements temporarily. If the hierarchy is causing problems with visibility, one option is to temporarily reparent the UI elements you want to activate. I don't like the sound of that either. You could... Or stack... I like the sound of this one though. Stack-based navigation. This sounds pretty intense. You can implement a stack-based UI navigation system where you push and pop. I've heard Unity complaining about pushing and popping UI elements, so I know Unity uses this onto a stack. The stack would represent the navigation path, and only the top elements of the stack would be visible at any given time. This way you don't have to deactivate the UI hierarchy. Just show and hide the topmost element. Are you going to try it? Wooer 1.3? Nah, I'm going to delete it. You ask the stupidest questions, and the questions that I've already addressed so many times. So I'm not even going to respond to you. This way, you don't have to deactivate the UI hierarchy. Just show and hide the topmost element. So we declare a stack as a UI stack equals a new stack. It's a lot of stacks. It's actually only a one stack. So we mention it a lot. Void button click game object get object nav nodes index dot game objects. Deactivate the current top if any. UI stack dot count is greater than 0. Oh, I like this. So we can basically figure out what relationships objects have to each other within the stack without doing too complex a walk through the hierarchy. I like this. This seems like the solution to me. I like this stack thing. It's pretty cool. Back button click. That's not, you know this already, you stupid GPT. You know that's a dumbass back button. That's not what we're doing. We're doing an intelligent back button that remembers where you've been. Actually, there's going to be 2 back buttons. And I mean every word of that. Never spoken true words. Oh. God damn it, I told you I was tired, I barely slept. Why am I still streaming? Why am I still doing... I'm coding and streaming. What is wrong with me? I don't know. Stack nav node UI stack equals new stack of nav nodes. The only issue, right, I like the sound of the stack, but what I'm wondering is, do I have to update the stack? Okay, let me just ask this. I like the sound of the stack solution, but unsure about something. Breadcrumbs is only one method of navigation. If I implement this, do my other methods need to update the stack so it functions correctly? If so, can you show me the code for that? I like the sound of the stack solution, but unsure about something. Breadcrumbs is only one method of navigation. If I implement this, do my other methods need to update the stack so it functions correctly? Yes, if you implement a stack-based UI navigation system, any other navigation methods like breadcrumbs, buttons, or back buttons need to interact with the stack to ensure the UI navigation stays consistent. This means that whenever a new UI screen is displayed via breadcrumbs or any other method, it should either push to the stack if it's a forward navigation, or pop from the stack if it's a backwards navigation. What do you mean by forwards and backwards? Do you mean in terms of hierarchy? I assume it means in terms of hierarchy. Here's how you can integrate the stack system with other navigation methods. Pushing new nodes onto the stack. Forward navigation. For forward navigation, like clicking on a breadcrumb, moving deeper into a menu, you need to push the new UI onto the stack and deactivate the previous screen. Popping nodes from the stack. Backwards navigation. For backwards navigation, like clicking a back button or navigating up the breadcrumb trail, you would pop the current UI screen off the stack. Sounds so funny. And activate the previous screen. Updated code with stack integration for different navigation methods. Push new node. Pop node. Yeah, I guess that kind of makes sense, because that's what I'm basically. Wow, that's pretty nuts actually. So I'm at that level then, aren't I? That's pretty nuts. So I'm now at a level where that's basically the kind of system I'm making, a pushing popping system.
Pika asks,
How's your
"How's your
project going so far?
so far?"
I think good, but it's hard to tell. Because like we're nearly 6 hours in and I haven't really had a chance to test any of this yet because it's not fully implemented. But I think it's going well. You never really know until you hit that play button. Until it's done. Push new node. It wants to put this in my nav state machine shifter. Reset to main menu. What does my nav manager have right now? Oh, this is the nav state. Fuck, I forgot I had a nav state. Update UI. Oh, this is where I had my set new node. I was so proud of this. I was so proud of this function. This is a really cool function though. But I can see what it's getting at. Yeah, it doesn't solve the problem of pushing and popping. So do I still use that with my add
adventure ranks more quickly than in the past? So do you think
new
they strike
node
the right balance for adventure rank
function?
progression?
It doesn't seem like I'm supposed to. But this doesn't do half of the shit that I'm doing when registering a new node in the system. Engagement, I've noticed that we're going up in adventure ranks more quickly than in the past. Are we? So do you think they striked the right balance for adventure rank progression? Adventure rank progression doesn't mean anything after a certain point. So I don't know, because it's so long since I did the new player experience. It only matters when you're trying to progress, right? You don't progress shit once you hit, like, I can't remember what it is. You know, when you unlock everything. Once you can get gold artifacts and you're like maximum world level. What adventure rank is that? then that's it. It's like where we're at in Wuthering Waves right now. Number go up. Who cares? It doesn't change anything. It means nothing. And it was so long ago that I did that. Jeez, it was like 4 years ago. I don't remember. It felt fine to me. I do remember feeling like it was a bit grindy, but I loved the game so much I didn't really mind. And I'm no stranger to grindy games, to be honest. I've seen worse, seen better. It's better than being in Wuthering Waves and then having nothing to do. Although I do think Zenless feels a lot worse than Genshin. Like, it's taken me forever just to get anybody maxed in Zenless. It's fucking insane. I feel like I'm never going to get anyone maxed in that game. But then again, it's like I kind of build about 8 characters, 9 characters, pretty much since the game came out from scratch. So that's like a lot of characters to build all at once. So that might be the reason why it's, you know, I'm having to spread my resources across. Well, I'm not building 9 characters now, but you need 6 because you need 2 teams. So you certainly need at least 6. So if you're spreading your resources out across 6 different characters, yeah, it's going to feel 6 times grindier for you. But once you reach endgame, and then, you know, all your resources can just go on your latest, you know, waifu or whatever, it's not so bad, right? Because you've got like 6 times the resources essentially. Well, level 9 only made things slightly harder, and I get more items. Yeah, I barely noticed the difference actually, like in terms of difficulty. Because I wouldn't say I was worried about it, but I was like, ooh, is this going to be? Am I going to start struggling again? And I'm like, nah. I honestly feel like it could be harder. It's still super easy. It's so easy. But that's fine. I like Genshin for being easy. Like, you don't expect to be sweating too much in Genshin unless you're in like Spiral Abyss or whatever. I expect to be just chilling and, you know, taking my sweet ass time. It's nice. It's such a casual game. I love it for that reason. I don't want it to be too sweaty. On my restarted account on EU, I'm at world level 5 with a quest at adventure rank 45. Yeah, it's wrong about which script I would want this in, to be honest. I think my push and pop would need to be in the one that can access the game object. Imagine any of them could do that if I really wanted to. I gotta think about the logic of this. I mean, we could do it from state, since state updates the list for the UI drawing system, but at the end of the day, the UI drawing system is the one that's responsible for drawing the UI. So I kind of feel like that should be the one that's pushing and popping. The only problem this causes is we end up with 2 instances of the stack, which could get messy. We kind of need a central instance of the stack. But we could put the stack itself on nav state and just have nav UI read from it. I think that might make more sense, actually.
TF6DBS says,
UI
I would say
stack.
that Genshin and No Man's Sky have the same
So we can
difficulty
declare
progression.
UI
It
stack
feels
as
super
a
hard at the beginning, but once you build up enough, there's little that is super challenging.
as a private variable. And then we can say UI
I'm
stack
got 19 characters on my restarted account for Genshin.
equals.
It's still not enough for that unplayable field.
This would be the parent, right? Get rid of this because I'm getting confused. UI nav would be in parent, yeah. Get component in parent nav state. Okay. And on a nav state, I would need a public stack. It requires one type of argument. Oh, for fuck's sake. What argument? Okay, it's a stack of nav nodes. So we can declare a public stack like that on the parent's nav state. Now it's telling me I cannot implicitly convert of type nav node. Oh, hang on, it's because I haven't finished my declarations. There we've got a UI stack. Why doesn't it like that? Oh, because we didn't declare it as the right type here. So let's take a look at that logic again. This wants to be a private stack of the same type. So we just change that to private. There we go. Okay, it's happy now. I would say the Genshin and No Man's Sky have the same difficulty progression. It feels super hard at the beginning. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, but once you build up enough, there's little that is super challenging. Yeah, a lot of like old JRPGs were like that as well. I always thought it was weird because it almost feels like it's backwards. Like everything is, you're super weak, and like everything's a real challenge in the beginning because you've just got no strength and no skills, and you know what I mean. Everything's super grindy, and then eventually it kind of gets easier and easier and easier. It's weird. Because obviously games are supposed to go the other way. You typically, the challenge is supposed to go up and things are supposed to get harder and you improve your skills, right? Like let's say Zenless. Zenless is like that. Actually, Zenless isn't like that either. It was like that. I think they've nerfed Zenless, I swear to God. I know my characters have gotten stronger, but Jesus Christ. Now I just flick them and they die. I swear they've nerfed all the bosses because people complain.
Yeah, a lot of older games.
It's like I almost feel like it's too easy now. But it was really good when it first came out. Yeah, it was really, really good. But I feel like people complained and cried because they couldn't do it, and they've made it easy now. I can't see anything because of this stupid add notify. Let's move that out of the way. Currently got 19 characters on my restarted account for Genshin, and it's still not enough for that unplayable theatre. Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it at all. It's so annoying as well because, like, here's the annoying thing about Hoyo for me. Star Rail has 56 simulated universes. It's got more endgame than you could ever possibly want. That is the game I least like to play of theirs. And the reason why is because it's sort of AFK, but not really. And so the game doesn't really know what it is. So is it an idle game? Absolutely not, because you have to interact with it way too much to be an idle game. You can't just leave that thing on a second monitor, let it farm itself, and then come back to it an hour later. It's constantly wanting your clicks and attention. And that's fine for an interactive game. But because it has autoplay, I if I've got autoplay, I'm using it. I like autoplay. I like watching the fights and not having to do anything. But the fights take so freaking long that you just spend all day waiting for the game to finish, and it's super long, super grindy. And so Star Rail just feels like I'm just sat there waiting for the game, but like I can't just ignore it and come back after a couple of hours because it needs too much interaction. So it's in this really awkward place that annoys the shit out of me, where it's like, oh my god, are you an idle game or not? If you're an idle game, let me stick you on a second monitor and check on you every couple of hours, and I'd leave you running all day long. I'd love that. If you're a manual only game and you want me to engage with the combat, first of all, I don't think combat is engaging enough in a turn-based RPG to warrant that. But if at least you would know what you were and you would stick to that, right, and make everybody play it on manual. But they're in this weird place where they're like, yeah, well, sometimes during a boss fight, we're going to make you do it at one speed and we're going to make you do it on manual. And we have to have you click every single battle, and we have to interact with this and interact with that. And I'm like, oh my god, just make your mind up, are you an idle game or not? And it's not. So the ironic thing is, the game I like the least has the most endgame. If Genshin Impact had something similar, if it had like 20 simulated universes where you went in and fought things and just went floor after floor after floor, I would play that thing all day long. I would be so happy. I would be so happy. I really would. So it's just like, even though I think it's kind of trash and it's, you know, it's very skinner boxy and very grinding, very repetitive, I like Genshin's combat so much that I would do that all day long for like weeks on end before I get bored of it. But Genshin won't give you that. Genshin's got this stupid like, oh well, you have to use these teams and these elements, and I don't play any of those characters, and I haven't got her built, and I don't own him, and oh my god, just let me fucking play the game for God's sakes. But I guess, you know, well, we've got that in Spyro the Base a year for like 12 floors, of which we only play, what, 4 every month or 2 months now? It's ridiculous. Come on, give me some endgame, you bastards. For Lightning, Xenosaga Zero is worse in the Hoyo series of games. For Lightning, oh, because you're on about flashing lights, aren't you? You never shut up about that. That's your specific use case. That doesn't nothing to do with lighting. It's just special effects. But all games have that. But yeah, if you have light sensitivity to these things, some games are going to affect you more than others. It doesn't mean the game's good or bad. But yeah, I find that with a lot of idle games these days, and it winds me up. I don't know why they do it. Because games are heading more in that direction, but they all want you to interact with them too much. So CatFantasy's like that. Nikke's like that. Wrestleriano's like that. There's like so many games that are coming out recently that have an autoplay function, and they all drive me mad as well. The AI is trash. So it'll auto play the game, but not very well. It'll just do the bare minimal, and that's frustrating. Like, at least make your AI play the game properly. I'm waiting for, but I feel like I would get into an idle game so much. You know what? The only one that really did a good job was Artery Gear. Artery Gear nailed autoplay. They really did, and they nailed something else as well. What else did they nail?
Pika asks, how would you rank all the Hoyo games from 1 to
Yeah, Artery Gear nailed autoplay so well, but maybe that's why nobody ended up playing it. I feel like the game was a lot better than people gave it credit for. But they did nail autoplay. Yeah, the reason they nailed autoplay is because, like, number one, you could sweep content in a loop as many times as you wanted. You could go offline and the game would still continue playing on the server. All that gameplay happened on the server. So you literally, your game could crash, or you could just close the game after you told it to farm for 20 20 rounds or whatever, you could log back on an hour later and it would display the rewards for you straight away as soon as you log in. There you go, your auto farming completed, there's your rewards. It was beautiful. Not only that, but you got individual options for every character and every skill. So you could say auto play options for healer. Heal when at 80% health, or heal when at 50% health, or heal when at 20% health. And you could set these like options on every single skill. So the autoplay would look at your settings and say, okay, they've set it to this, I'll do this now. Okay, they've set it to that, I'll do this now. Please, Star Rail, give us something like that. It was so good. So good. I've never seen any other game nail autoplay as well as they did. But it's ironic, isn't it? Because it's EOS now. So it's like, yeah, it's hard to sort of advocate for a game that's now in end of service and saying here's an example of what games should be. But I genuinely think it was the best autoplay game I've ever played, or never played, I should say. Yeah, give me games that I don't have to play and I won't play them. That's what I really want. I know it's backwards, right? But yeah, if you're going to make an idle game, make it a freaking idle game. I don't know. But yeah, it is ironic that game's now a US. Game was too good for this world. Too pure for this world. That's why. Oh, I need to I probably should end the stream. My head is swimming. I'm so tired. I've got a headache. I am so close to having this done, but now we're getting into stacks and stuff. It's like, oh, I should probably take a break. I need to go get some painkillers anyway. And get some food at some point. So I'll probably leave the stream here. So I'm pretty sure you guys aren't relying on this stream so you can finish your own breadcrumb navigation system in Unity. Although you should be. Alright, you should be. And then you can send me the code. I'll just use it. Alright. How would you rank all Hoyo games?
Alright, then have a nice day, bye.
From 1 being the best and 5 being the worst. Oh my god. You and your questions. I don't know. Are there even 5 games? There aren't even 5 games, are there? I think there's 4. There's Genshin, Star Rail, Impact Third, Zenless.
KF6
There's only 4
says,
games.
Thank you for the stream.
There's only 4 games, so how can I do that? You mean 1 to 4? Alright, just for Pika's amusement. You know I already think 1 is Genshin Impact without a doubt. It's my favourite Hoyo game. But very closely behind it now, much to my surprise, is Zenless. Zenless is the second best Hoyo game, without a doubt. I don't even know. This is tough. Because Honkai Impact Third is a grindy ass, stingy ass, sweaty piece of shit. But it's got its moments, and my god, those moments are pretty good. And there is a lot I like about it as well. But the same can kind of be said about Star Rail. Like, when frickin' Penacony came out, that was so good. But overall, like, here's the thing, right? If I had to play one of these games dailies and ditch the other game, I would do Impact Thirds. And I hate Impact Thirds dailies. But it still beats waiting for Star Rail to play itself. However, if I had to ditch one of these games like for all eternity and I couldn't play anyone, like I couldn't play it ever again, I would choose Star Rail to keep playing and ditch Impact Third. Because I want to see where the story goes, I want to see what new zones we get, you know what I mean? I'm more interested to see where this ends up, I guess. So it's tricky to pick which one is the worst. Depends how you look at it. I guess it probably would be 3 and 4 like that. Yeah, I'm tempted to put Star Rail underneath Impact Third because I think Impact Third is better than people give it credit for. And I do think Star Rail is vastly overrated. But Impact Third is a 12-year-old game at this point, and it's kind of hopping around on one leg at this point. So I think we have to give Star Rail its dues. I think. Tears of Themis. I'm not forgetting that. You think I play that? Do I look like I play that? Well, Tears of Themis. There you go. It's down there. So so they can release another 96 games, and they'd all rank above it. So we're safe. There you go. There's your list. All right, I'm going to end it there. I'll catch you next time. Bye.